Chapter 3673. After all, as an alchemist, even if he wasn't a mainstream alchemist, he still had to prepare his own medicinal herb storehouse. Otherwise, he would have to make a trip to the market to buy all the medicinal herbs he needed to refine a pill in the future. Many of them might even be like the heart-devouring exquisite grass that he couldn't buy even if he wanted to. That was simply a scam. With such a medicinal herb storehouse, although it was inevitable that he would need to collect some specific medicinal herbs, it would save him some unnecessary trouble. At least he wouldn't need to run around for some basic medicinal herbs and waste too much energy. At noon the next day, Linny appeared at the Three Creek mouth as promised. He originally thought that Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai would arrive soon. Even if it was difficult to locate them in the dense forest of the back mountain, the Three Creek mouth that he chose was still very recognizable. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were Heaven Stage Great Perfection experts, so they wouldn't be so weak. However, Linny wandered around the Three Creek mouth and waited for a full hour, but he didn't see the two of them. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Did the two of them encounter some trouble? If the two of them came at different times, it would be understandable. After all, in the outskirts of the back mountain, unexpected things might happen during the journey. It was normal to not be able to reach the destination according to the plan. However, the two of them were nowhere to be seen, so there was a problem. Could it be that Meng Tong and his gang made a move on them in advance? Lin Yi's heart moved slightly. Although judging from the time, it was the last day for the newcomers to return to the back mountain hall. Snatching at this time would be the best choice to maximize the benefits. But on the other hand, any newcomer would definitely be extra careful at this time, and wouldn't easily leave any flaws. And if he did the opposite, he would make a move a little earlier. Although he would gain less in this way, he could catch the target off guard. This was not necessarily a bad choice. According to the performance before the trial, Meng Tong and his gang were definitely looking for an opportunity to make a move. Lin Yi originally thought that the other party's main target would be him. After all, he had always been a thorn in the other party's side. But he didn't think that these people would first look for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. If Meng Tong's conjecture was correct, then this fellow Meng Tong had indeed made some progress. If he dared to directly bring people to stop him, Lin Yi wouldn't mind showing him why flowers were so red. But if he skipped him and directly looked for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, even Lin Yi wouldn't be able to come up with a suitable countermeasure. The most troublesome problem was that Lin Yi didn't know where Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were. It had to be known that there was no such thing as a cell phone communication device on Heaven Stage Island. Even if there was, there wouldn't be a signal. And if he rashly went out to look for them, not to mention that the possibility of finding the two in this vast mountain forest was very slim, what if his guess was wrong? If it was Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, it was because they encountered some other trouble and were delayed. If Lin Yi left Three Creek Mouth at this time, he would really miss the opportunity to meet the two of them. The location of Three Creek Mouth was a place that was relatively easy to identify on the map provided by the back mountain hall. Since Lin Yi and his gang would set this place as the gathering point, then what about Meng Tong and his gang? They had the advantage in numbers, so if they wanted to gather, they would need such a highly recognizable location. Could it be that they wouldn't come here? And if his guess was really wrong, and Lin Yi rashly left this place to look for the two of them, by the time Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai came here with great difficulty, the situation would be even more dangerous. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi finally decided to wait at Three Creek Mouth for another half a day. This was also the wisest choice he could make at this moment. In the next half a day, if Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai arrived, then it would naturally be a happy ending. If Meng Tong and his gang arrived, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. With Lin Yi's strength, it would be more than enough to deal with a group of them. As for the last possibility, if Lin Yi didn't wait for anyone here, then although it wasn't good news, at least it would let Lin Yi confirm one thing. Xiao Ran and his gang were really in trouble, and he was basically sure that it was Meng Tong and his gang's doing. While waiting, Lin Yi let the Skybolt pig search for elixirs near Three Creek Mouth. Half a day passed in a flash, and the sky was about to turn dark in the blink of an eye. However, from the beginning to the end, Lin Yi still didn't see anyone. With that, Lin Yi had a pretty good grasp of the situation. Xiao Ran and Xiao Luo were most likely ambushed by Meng Tong's group. Xiao Ran was originally a Heaven Realm full circle expert. After this period of cultivation, He should have touched the barrier of the heavenly Tao. As for Qiao Hongkai, although she was originally at the peak of Heaven Realm late stage, she had now successfully advanced to Heaven Realm full circle. Among the group of newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion, the two of them weren't weak. In a one-on-one fight, they should have a good chance of winning. However, the problem was that two fists couldn't fight against four hands. The other newcomers weren't easy to deal with. Even if they couldn't beat the two of them in a one-on-one fight, they were still Heaven Realm full circle experts. Facing so many people, even if Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai ran into each other, they definitely had no chance of winning. They could only escape. If it was someone else, even if they escaped, they would definitely escape in the direction of Three Creek Mouth. After all, if they could meet up with Lin Yi on the way, they would have more strength. However, Lin Yi knew that with their honest character, once they really encountered such trouble, they would definitely not take half a step in the direction of Three Creek Mouth. Instead, they would choose the opposite direction. Because if they ran in the direction of Three Creek Mouth, although they had the chance to meet up with Lin Yi, they would also transfer the danger to Lin Yi. No matter how confident they were in Lin Yi's strength, they didn't think that he could deal with more than 10 Heaven Realm full circle experts led by Meng Tong at the same time. After all, like the others, they didn't know that Lin Yi was now a Foundation Establishment early stage expert. They thought that Lin Yi was just a Heaven Realm full circle expert who was slightly stronger than the others. Because of this concern, according to Lin Yi's speculation, the final choice that the two would make was to abandon the rook to protect the general. In other words, by abandoning themselves, they would ensure Lin Yi's safety. Chapter 3674. Lin Yi took out the map and decided to make an exception and travel through the night. He had to get ahead of Meng Tong's group and reach the only way back to the back mountain hall. Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongcai's current situation could only be described in two ways. Either the herbs had been stolen, or the herbs had not been stolen and they were still on the road to escape. Regardless of the outcome, the two of them, along with Meng Tong's group, had to return to the back mountain hall before noon. Otherwise, according to the bald elder at the back mountain hall, no matter who it was, they would die a horrible death. This was simple. Lin Yi only had to rush to the back mountain hall before everyone else. Whether he met Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai first or Meng Tong's group first, he would be able to solve the problem. As long as he had great strength, no matter how complicated the problem was, it could be easily solved. As soon as he thought about it, Lin Yi put the skybolt pig into the space in the jade pendant and immediately set off. It was said before that in the back mountains, even in the outer area where the danger level was the lowest, it was still extremely dangerous for a Foundation Establishment practitioner like Lin Yi to move around at night. This was because not only would his senses be weakened, it would be easy for him to get lost, and it would be easy for him to run into powerful spirit beasts that he would not see during the day. One must know that by nature, many spirit beasts would only come out at night to look for food. Simply put, if Lin Yi had a 50% chance of winning against an early-stage Foundation Establishment spirit beast during the day, then at night, he might not even have a 30% chance of winning. No matter how strong a cultivator was, there was one thing that could not be changed. Humans were not nocturnal creatures. The night had always stood on the opposite side of humans. Fortunately, the moonlight was still bright that night, so Lin Yi would not get lost halfway. Along the way, he passed by a few powerful spirit beasts. Among them, there were even dangerous existences that were comparable to the nine-tailed cloud leopard. But in the end, Lin Yi dodged all of them. Of course, even if they couldn't avoid it, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the spirit beast god was still guarding the space inside the jade pendant. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to scare away these spirit beasts that were only at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm? After traveling for an entire night, Lin Yi finally arrived at his destination when the sky turned bright. His current location was less than 20 miles away from the rear mountain hall. It was a rare open space in the periphery of the rear mountain. The reason for this was that there was an ancient tree that was at least 300 feet tall growing here, in a dense forest that was no taller than 100 feet. This ancient tree could be said to be a crane in a flock of chickens. Its huge canopy blocked most of the sunlight, so naturally nothing could grow below it. Thus it looked rather empty. Standing on the canopy, the excellent field of vision meant that he could perfectly monitor everything around him. This happened to be the only way back to the rear mountain hall. As for the movements of the other newcomers from the soaring pavilion and the mysterious pavilion, Lin Yi had no way of knowing. But at least the newcomers from the Blue Cloud Pavilion who were placed in this direction would not be able to slip past him. Standing at Lin Yi's height and looking down, it was impossible. If one or two people moved stealthily, there might be a possibility of missing them. But if Meng Tong and the others moved together, it was impossible. After standing guard for half an hour, as Lin Yi expected, a dense commotion came from not far below, startling a flock of weak birds. There were people approaching quickly, and there were quite a few of them. Lin Yi observed with rapt attention. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Judging from the commotion, those people seemed to be heading right for him. Brother Xiao, you go first. I'll bring up the rear for you. Anyway, all the herbs on me have been snatched away. They can't do anything to me. Xiao Hongkai followed closely behind Xiao Ran and suggested anxiously. Unlike Lin Yi, who was placed in the most dangerous area of the rear mountain, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai's initial drop-off point did not receive any special treatment. In the beginning, the two of them had a relatively smooth journey and collected quite a number of herbs. But that was where the problem arose. Their drop-off point was not far from the other newcomers. Just a day later, the two of them naturally encountered the other newcomers. Without any surprise, they were targeted by Meng Tong and the others. Just as the two of them were on their way to Sanchikou to meet up with Lin Yi, Xiao Hongkai was the first to be ambushed. With his strength, he could not deal with Meng Tong and the others. Not only were the herbs that he had painstakingly collected stolen, he was also heavily injured. If it wasn't for the bald elder's repeated warnings not to kill anyone, he would have been the first newcomer to die in this trial. After the successful ambush and ruthlessly ridiculing Xiao Hongkai, Meng Tong and the others turned to deal with Xiao Ran. However, they did not expect that Xiao Hongkai, who was tailing them, would find Xiao Ran first. This caused Meng Tong's ambush plan to fail, and the two of them successfully broke out of the encirclement. Just as Lin Yi had predicted, the two of them did not want to implicate Lin Yi, so they decided to give up on Sanchikou. Instead, they turned and ran towards the rear mountain hall. As long as they could reach the rear mountain hall before Meng Tong and the others could catch up to them, even if the trial ended, Meng Tong and the others would not be able to steal Xiao Ran's herbs. That was how the current scene came to be. The two of them were running wildly in front, while Meng Tong and his group were chasing after them about 100 feet behind them. Xiao Hongkai was already injured, and when they broke out of the encirclement, Xiao Ran had already consumed a large amount of his vital energy. After this period of running with all his strength, his vital energy was about to be exhausted. If this continued, before they could reach the rear mountain hall, the two of them would be the first to fall. At this time, Xiao Hongkai had made this suggestion. It was obvious that she had the idea of being barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. In any case, he had no more herbs, and Meng Tong and the others did not dare to kill him directly. Dragging it out for a while was better than the two of them collapsing together. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ran was panting heavily as he rejected the idea. No. Although they do not dare to kill you directly, you have ruined their plans. In a fit of anger, they might cripple you and abolish your cultivation. I cannot let you take this risk. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Xiao Hongkai was suddenly shocked, and her heart was filled with a lingering fear. Yes, although the rules of the trial forbade killing, there was no rule that said that people could not be abolished. If her cultivation was really abolished, she would become a cripple. That would be worse than death. Chapter 3675. Xiao Ran shook his head helplessly. Let's just take it one step at a time. The worst-case scenario is that the spiritual herbs will be stolen. It's not a big deal. That's the only way. If only Boss Lin Yi was here. Although he might not be able to deal with so many people at once, he would have a way. Xiao Hongkai sighed. Unknowingly, the way he addressed Lin Yi had changed from the polite brother Lin to Boss Lin Yi. Although it sounded vulgar, it was more intimate and respectful. Xiao Ran laughed bitterly. I actually hope that he's not here. If his spiritual herbs are also stolen, then we really won't gain anything from this trial. It's a pity that my spiritual herbs will definitely be taken by Meng Tong. If that happens, even if Boss Lin Yi doesn't get implicated by us, it will be very difficult for him to get first place. Xiao Hongkai sighed dejectedly. His luck in this trial was actually quite good. In less than 2 days, his points were already close to 500. If his spiritual herbs weren't stolen and he was able to complete his mission smoothly, there was a high chance that he could get a good ranking in the end. But now all his words were in vain. Not only did he not get a single spiritual herb, but it also had the opposite effect of helping the enemy and became an obstacle for Lin Yi. Even if Meng Tong gets first place in the end, Boss Lin Yi still has a chance to fight for the top 3. But if my spiritual herbs are also stolen, then even the top 3 will be uncertain. Therefore, the spiritual herbs on my back cannot fall into their hands. Xiao Ran looked at the basket on his back and said with a determined expression. He was ambushed by Meng Tong's group later than Xiao Hongkai, so he had more time to collect spiritual herbs. Now he had 523 points. This result could only be considered average in previous years. But this year's situation was different. Meng Tong's group began to gather at noon on the second day of the trial. Although they successfully robbed Xiao Hongkai, it was a very risky choice. This was because the time they had to collect spiritual herbs was also greatly reduced. In other words, their current situation was not good. Only a few of them would be able to reach the threshold of 500 points. If they managed to escape, Xiao Ran's 523 points could possibly get him into the top 5. Even the top 3 was not impossible. In that case, even if Meng Tong got first place, Lin Yi and Xiao Ran would still get a good ranking in the end. They'd go for wool and come home shorn. However, if even Xiao Ran's share was snatched away, then the situation would be very different. After ensuring that Meng Tong was first place, he could casually distribute the 500 points. This group of people could easily monopolize the top 3. In that case, not only would Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai gain nothing, even Lin Yi would only get 3 pieces of spiritual jades for the 4th to 10th place. Compared to Meng Tong's bountiful harvest, this was simply a tragic sight. So, Xiao Ran could not let Meng Tong's group succeed no matter what. This was not only for himself but also for Lin Yi. Oh right, did you notice that Meng Tong and Li Zhengming did not bring their baskets? Xiao Ran suddenly asked. Xiao Hongkai was stunned for a moment. She thought for a while and said, I think so. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it. Could it be that these 2 people had already been robbed by Boss Lin Yi and didn't even leave their baskets? That's impossible. These baskets are the property of the Back Mountain Hall. There can't be any mistakes. Even if they are allowed to rob each other, the baskets must still be left behind. Isn't your basket still on your back? Xiao Ran pointed at Xiao Hongkai's back. Although all the spiritual herbs had been robbed, Xiao Hongkai was still carrying the basket on her back. It was just that her points were displayed as 0. That's true. Then there's only one possibility left. These 2 people must have hidden their baskets before they came out to rob the spiritual herbs. I guess they were afraid that something unexpected would happen and Boss Lin Yi would rob us instead. Xiao Hongkai speculated. Xiao Ran nodded. I think so too. But the others who came with them still had their spiritual herbs. Only these 2 people hid their spiritual herbs. How cunning! As the 2 of them spoke, they had already reached the empty space under the giant tree. Their hearts were immediately filled with joy. They had an impression of this giant tree. Being able to reach here meant that they were not far from the Back Mountain Hall. However, before the 2 of them could finish their joy, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them, causing their eyelids to twitch. These 2 figures were Meng Tong and Li Zhengming, who had been chasing closely behind them. Are you 2 born in the year of the rabbit? You run pretty fast. Unfortunately, you still can't escape from my grasp. Meng Tong laughed sinisterly as he blocked the front. Among the newcomers in the Blue Cloud Pavilion, other than the freak Lin Yi, he and Li Zhengming were outstanding in strength. Moreover, they were not like Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, who were exhausted and injured. It was not surprising that they could block the front. In fact, if not for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai running with all their might, they would have been blocked by Meng Tong and company. Xiao Ran's heart sank. He turned his head to look behind him. The other newcomer's footsteps were getting closer. If he was entangled by Meng Tong and company, the consequences would be disastrous. Don't stop. Leave these 2 to me. Before Xiao Ran could react, Xiao Hongkai had already taken the lead and rushed towards Meng Tong and company. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. Since things had come to this, he had no other choice. He could only bite the bullet and break through the encirclement. Seeing the two approaching him quickly, Meng Tong could not help but laugh contemptuously. Two idiots who don't know what's good for them. They know that they are courting death. Yet they still dare to come to me. Li Zhengming, I'll leave the injured lumber waste to you. As for Xiao Ran, leave him to me. Li Zhengming looked at him. At this moment, both Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were like an arrow at the end of its flight. However, there was still a difference between the two of them. The biggest difference was that one of them had elixirs while the other didn't. Meng Tong had a cloth bag tied on his back. Inside it were the elixirs that he had snatched from Xiao Hongkai. Now that he had his eyes on Xiao Ran, wouldn't it mean that the elixirs would belong to him in the end? Wouldn't he leave none for himself? All right, but I want half of the elixirs on Xiao Ran, Li Zhengming said. His demands were not high. From the beginning, he had never thought of fighting with Meng Tong for first place. As long as he could ensure that the top three would get the Foundation Establishment pill, he would be satisfied. Chapter 3676. Unlike them, Linny did not have to waste a lot of time chasing and intercepting them. He had plenty of time to collect spiritual herbs. Meng Tong looked at them and curled his lips. As long as I can get first place, I'll share some with you. What are you waiting for? Stop being so wishy-washy. All right. Li Zhengming swallowed his anger and charged at Xiao Hongkai. Don't waste your energy. Just give up. You can't escape. How will you know if you don't try? As Xiao Hongkai spoke, he gathered all his remaining true qi on his palm. 20 forms of cold iron palm. To prevent accidents, heaven-grade divine weapons were not allowed to be used in the trial. Of course, with Xiao Hongkai's background, it was impossible for him to have any heaven-grade divine weapons. In an instant, a visible giant flaming saber came crashing down. This was his trump card. At its peak, it could severely injure an unguarded heaven-grade full-cycle master. Although its power had been weakened, it was still not to be underestimated. Go Xiao Ran. Xiao Hongkai gritted his teeth and roared. If his attack landed on top of Li Zhengming and Meng Tong's heads, they would definitely retreat, which would open up a path for Xiao Ran. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Zhengming did not dodge the flaming saber. Instead, he took the initiative to face it. His face was expressionless and without warning, he threw a punch at him. Skyfrost fist. Whoosh! A strong and majestic white true qi whizzed past, and the overwhelming flaming saber disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Only shattered ice crystals were left on the ground. I told you not to waste your energy. You are no match for me right now, Li Zhengming said as he glanced at Xiao Hongkai. It was the same 20 styles, but Xiao Hongkai's flaming saber was completely defeated by his Skyfrost fist. It was not only because of his own strength, but also because Xiao Hongkai was in a bad condition. However, for some unknown reason, Li Zhengming did not attack Xiao Hongkai himself. He only broke his flaming blade 20. However, just as he broke the flaming blade, Xiao Ran, who had been following behind Xiao Hongkai, disappeared without a trace. When she saw his figure again, she had already successfully circled behind him. As expected, this Xiao Ran was not a simple character. Li Zhengming was secretly vigilant, but he did not continue to attack. He had completed his task by stopping Xiao Hongkai. If he attacked Xiao Ran now, not only would Meng Tong not be grateful, instead he would be dissatisfied. Li Zhengming, what are you doing? You were so easily bypassed. What a waste. Meng Tong cursed discontentedly from behind. Li Zhengming frowned and didn't pay any attention to him. If it weren't for his misgivings about Meng Jueguang, his eldest senior brother manager, he would have long since been unable to restrain himself from attacking Meng Tong. Relying on the fact that he was related to Meng Jueguang, he could order him around. Bossing him around, this guy really thinks he's a big shot. If he was really strong, then so be it. The key was that this guy's strength was so little. Previously, he was easily defeated by Lin Yi in front of everyone. Who knew how he could be so thick-skinned to be the boss of the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion? However, dissatisfaction was dissatisfaction. Li Zhengming could only pinch his nose and bear it. Who asked him to rely on Meng Jueguang? It doesn't matter. Since that good-for-nothing Li Zhengming couldn't stop you, then I'll have no choice but to do it myself. I'll let you understand your loss. Meng Tong looked at Xiao Ran, who was rapidly approaching him, and sneered disdainfully. If it was said that facing Lin Yi, he was a little afraid. But facing Xiao Ran, who also came from the secular world, he did not put him in his eyes at all. Moreover, at this moment Xiao Ran was exhausted. His strength was not the same as his usual state. 1,000 kicks 20 forms. Meng Tong roared and leaped up. As his legs whistled, they turned into layers of powerful leg shadows, making it hard for people to distinguish them and defend against them. Wherever the leg shadows swept, whether it was grass, trees, sand, or stones, they were instantly crushed into powder. It turned out that the martial art he practiced was also called 1,000 kicks. It was the same as what Zhao Qibing practiced before. It was just that Xiao Ran didn't know. Although Meng Tong was defeated by Lin Yi in one move, in reality, as a native of Heaven Stage Island, his strength was not weak. If it wasn't for the freak Lin Yi, other masters of the same level would have a headache fighting him. With such power, even if Xiao Ran was at his peak, he might not be able to take it head-on. But fortunately, what he needed now was not to defeat Meng Tong, but to escape. Whoosh! Seeing that Meng Tong's heavy leg shadows were about to cover Xiao Ran's body suddenly twisted in an extremely strange way. He was obviously dodging to the left, but in the next moment, he suddenly appeared on the right side of Meng Tong, directly passing through the leg shadows without any obstruction. Holy shit! How is this possible? Meng Tong was instantly dumbfounded. He was full of confidence that he could defeat Xiao Ran in one move. Who would have thought that such a strange scene would appear? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that such an ordinary country bumpkin like Xiao Ran could actually master a movement technique like Shadow Step. At this moment, the other newcomers had arrived one after another. It was such a good opportunity to show off, but in the end Xiao Ran slipped away. Meng Tong was really embarrassed this time. With such a brilliant movement technique like Xiao Ran's, as long as he could hold on for a while longer, it would not be a problem for him to rush to the back mountain hall before the others caught up. This time not only Meng Tong, but even Li Zhongming and the others were all dumbfounded. Stop right there. Otherwise I will cripple Qiao Hongkai, and let him become a good-for-nothing Qiao. He will never be able to rise again. Meng Tong pointed at Qiao Hongkai, who was surrounded by them, and shouted in exasperation. With that one sentence, Xiao Ran, who had successfully escaped, suddenly stopped in his tracks. As for the newcomers, Li Zhongming and the others at this moment looked at Meng Tong with disbelief. Was this guy for real or was he just bluffing? Although the rules of the trial did not state that it was not allowed to cripple others' cultivation, it was obvious that this kind of thing was very vile. Even if the sect did not punish a person who would do such a thing to his own senior and junior brother, others would definitely be afraid and stay away. It might even cause public anger and be despised and reviled by everyone. If he really did that, not only would Meng Tong destroy Qiao Hongkai, he would also destroy himself at the same time. At that time, even Meng Jueguang would not be able to save him. Chapter 3677. Seeing Xiao Ran walk back to the encirclement without putting up a fight, Qiao Hongkai's heart was moved, but she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Why did you come back? This guy was obviously bluffing. Xiao Ran laughed bitterly. I had no choice but to come back. I've exhausted my true qi, so I can't leave even if I wanted to. Qiao Hongkai shook his head speechlessly, but a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Before this, although he had repeatedly received Lin Yi's kindness and was grateful, he didn't have much of a sense of belonging towards his companion, Xiao Ran. However, in the moment when Xiao Ran resolutely turned back, he finally found a sense of belonging. Whether it was him or Xiao Ran, neither of them were Lin Yi's vassals or burdens. They were themselves, they were Lin Yi's group. Since you're back, why don't you hurry up and hand over the elixirs? Don't tell me you want me to do it myself? Meng Tong snorted coldly with a grin. Now that things had developed to this point, Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai had completely lost the possibility of resisting and breaking out of the encirclement. Whether they cooperated or not, the final result would only be that the elixirs would be snatched away by Meng Tong's group. The only difference would be whether the scene would look good or ugly. As soon as Meng Tong said this, Li Zhongming and the other newcomers' eyes suddenly burned with passion. Previously, Xiao Hongsai's elixirs had been monopolized by him, so he could basically guarantee first place. This time, Xiao Ran had more than 500 points, so there shouldn't be a need for him to monopolize it, right? And if he took it out and distributed it to the others, who got more and who got less would be the key. Those who got more might be able to rush into the top 3 and obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill, while those who got less could only pray that they would be in the top 10, aiming for the consolation prize of 3 spiritual jades. Among the crowd, the one who was feeling the most anxious was Li Zhengming. Previously, Meng Tong had personally promised to give him half of his points. Li Zhengming himself already had 500 points. If he added half of Xiao Ran's points, then he would definitely be able to lock into the top 3 and obtain the building foundation pill that he yearned for day and night. A foundation establishment pill, to newcomers like them, was a priceless treasure that could only be encountered by luck and not sought for. Humph, dilly-dallying. Looks like you're unwilling to hand it over. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. In that case, I will reluctantly help you. Meng Tong grinned hideously. Unscrupulously, he pounced towards Xiao Ran. Just now, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had actually been directly brushed aside by Xiao Ran. This had caused Meng Tong to lose face in front of so many of his lackeys. Now Xiao Ran was so untactful. This was the perfect opportunity for him to get back at her, being surrounded by so many people. He did not believe that Xiao Ran would have the guts to resist. And if Xiao Ran dared to resist, that would give him an excuse to cripple both Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai at the same time. All he had to do was to say that it was an accidental injury in the chaotic battle. Fists and legs had no eyes. In this way, even the others would not be able to say anything. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai looked at each other, their hearts sinking. Just as Meng Tong had predicted, under this kind of situation, they really did not dare to resist. Otherwise, if they were to be surrounded and beaten up by so many people, not to mention crippling their cultivation, even if they were to be beaten to death, the law would not punish the masses. More importantly, they were both exhausted. Both of their true qi had been exhausted. Even if they had the heart, they did not have the strength to do so. Seeing that the two of them did not show any signs of making a move, Meng Tong could not help but curl his lips in disappointment. However, he did not intend to let the two of them go so easily. Even if he could not seize the opportunity to cripple the two of them, he would at least give them a vicious lesson to let them know the consequences of going against him. 1,000 kicks, 20 forms. Meng Tong used the same old trick again. Layers of afterimages of his legs went straight for Xiao Ran. He laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Aren't you very capable? If you have the ability, try dodging again." Xiao Ran gritted his teeth. That instant of using the shadow step had exhausted the last bit of his true qi. If he wanted to dodge the 1,000 kicks again, it would be a fool's dream. But if he did not dodge, he would definitely be heavily injured even if he did not die. Meng Tong, this bastard, would definitely not stop. Just as he was feeling hopeless and helpless, a light breeze suddenly brushed past him. A familiar figure quietly stood in front of him and laughed lightly. "Do you still need to dodge such a crappy martial skill?" "What?" When Meng Tong heard that, he was shocked. When he saw the person's face clearly, he was even more shocked. "Linny." Linny extended his palm slightly, intending to teach this guy a lesson so that he would remember it. However, he saw that Meng Tong had actually risked internal injuries to forcefully interrupt the 1,000 kicks 20 forms, which had already reached its peak power. Then, he hurriedly took a few steps back, directly retreating to the center of Li Zhengming and the rest. Everyone froze at the scene, including Lin Yi. What the fuck? Why didn't I realize that this guy was so cowardly in the past? To retreat without a fight under the eyes of so many people, or more accurately, he was scared off by a casual sentence from Lin Yi. Wasn't this too cowardly? Li Zhengming and the other rookies immediately looked at Meng Tong with extremely strange gazes. This kind of cowardly coward actually had the nerve to call himself the boss of the Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies? What are you looking at? This is a battle tactic, do you understand? You clearly have the advantage in numbers, yet you insist on fighting this idiot one-on-one. Do you think there's a hole in my brain? Meng Tong glared at the rookies guiltily as he roared fiercely. According to this guy's style of doing things that like to be in the limelight, if he wasn't afraid of Lin Yi, Would he be so astute as to give up the opportunity to redeem himself? Although the rookies had their suspicions, they did not expose Meng Tong's nature of being fierce in appearance. They only silently added in their hearts, "It seems like the experience of being defeated by Lin Yi in one move on the first day has left quite a psychological scar on this guy." Lin Yi smiled noncommittally and turned to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. "Are the two of you all right?" "I'm fine, boss Lin Yi." Xiao Hongkai shook her head excitedly. As for Xiao Ran, other than the unexpected joy in his eyes, there was also a deep sense of worry. "You shouldn't have appeared at this time, really?" Lin Yi naturally knew what he was worried about. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. You have already done very well. Leave the rest to me." "All right." Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai nodded at the same time. At this point, other than believing in Lin Yi, they had no other choice. Facing the 12 heaven perfection experts led by Meng Tong, although they did not know where Lin Yi got his confidence from at this moment, they began to unconsciously believe that Lin Yi might really have a way to solve this crisis. Chapter 3678. He had 12 heaven stage great perfection experts, but the opponent only had Lin Yi. Meng Tong had enough capital for him to be arrogant. Even if Lin Yi could he fight 12 experts of the same level? Bullshit. Lin Yi glanced at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Didn't you see it today? But it's hard to say who is the idiot." Stubborn, there will be a time for you to cry later." Meng Tong sneered, then turned to the rookies and said, "How to deal with this idiot who sent himself to our doorstep? I don't think I need to talk nonsense with you. As long as we snatch the herbs on him, not to mention the top 3, even the top 10 will be ours. In other words, whoever performs well, I will ensure that he enters the top 3, and the foundation establishment pill will be at our fingertips." The moment he said that, the eyes of the rookies lit up. If Lin Yi did not send himself to their doorstep, then other than Meng Tong, who was definitely the first in the trial, Lin Yi would have snatched one of the top 3 spots. After all, this guy's strength was not to be underestimated, and as there was no interference, he had enough time to collect the spiritual herbs to obtain points. Besides that, among the rookies there was a strong competitor, Li Zhengming. Even if the other rookies wanted to fight for the top 3 foundation establishment pill reward, it would be very difficult. But now that the idiot Lin Yi had sent himself to their doorstep, the situation was very different. With this promise from Meng Tong, when they joined forces to deal with him, as long as they put in a little more effort, there was hope of entering the top 3. Looking at the group of eager rookies, Lin Yi looked at Meng Tong with some surprise. It seemed that this guy was not too stupid. Just now, when he sensed the danger, he immediately chose to admit defeat. Now with a few words he stirred up the fighting spirit of the rookies. He had quite the skill. Fists and feet have no eyes. If we were to besiege this pretentious newbie and accidentally kill him, I don't think the elders of the back mountain hall would blame us, Meng Tong said in a meaningful tone. In this way, the newcomers who originally had some misgivings immediately unlocked their last shackles. In order to fight for the top 3 foundation establishment pills as rewards, they were now besieged by 12 against 1. He would definitely go all out. Meng Tong immediately smiled in satisfaction. Not to mention Lin Yi. Even the most powerful heaven stage great perfection expert in history would not be able to survive the siege of 12 heaven stage great perfection experts. Most importantly, because of the 2 burdens Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, and because of that ridiculous morality, Lin Yi couldn't even run. Today was the day of Lin Yi's death. Lin Yi scanned the crowd slowly, and saw that they were getting closer and closer. His face, however, wasn't as fearful as they'd imagined. Instead, he had a mocking smile on his face. "I say, do you guys know who your opponent is yet? Ha! Isn't he just a country bumpkin from the secular world? He's already at death's door. What big words does the pretentious newbie want to say to disturb the hearts of the people? Ha ha ha!" Meng Tong laughed wildly. The other newcomers were also indifferent. At this moment in their eyes, Lin Yi was not a threat at all. Instead, he was a big pile of points. "Looks like you've all been blinded by your own eyes. What a group of sad fellows." Lin Yi sneered, and then his expression turned serious. A powerful aura surged out from his body without reservation. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. The way they looked at Lin Yi was filled with disbelief and shock. This kind of powerful aura that was close to materialization was not something a heaven stage expert could possess. Even a heaven stage full circle expert was far from enough. It could only be an existence of a higher level, a foundation establishment expert. Damn! When did this guy become a foundation establishment initial stage expert? Meng Tong's heart trembled violently. After spending every day with Meng Jueguang, he was very clear on what kind of level this kind of aura signified. If one's strength had not reached this level, it would be impossible to even put on an act. Not only him, but the other newcomers such as Li Zhangming also unconsciously took a few steps back in shock. They looked at each other in disbelief. The 12 of them besieging a heaven stage full circle expert was a sure thing. But if they were facing a foundation establishment initial stage expert, especially a strong person like Lin Yi, then the situation would be completely different. Although the foundation establishment initial stage and heaven stage full circle seemed to be only separated by a thin line, they were two completely different realms. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. In the eyes of the cultivation world, a foundation establishment initial stage expert was already considered to be a beginner. Although a heaven stage full circle expert sounded awesome, he was still a reserve cultivator. Most of the official sects on the heaven stage island had a minimum requirement of accepting disciples at the foundation establishment initial stage and above. As for the so-called heaven stage full circle expert, they didn't even bother to look at him. If it was said that it was possible to challenge those below the heaven stage, then there was no such possibility between the heaven stage full circle and the foundation establishment initial stage. Simply put, even the weakest foundation establishment initial stage expert could definitely crush the strongest heaven stage full circle expert in history. There was a complete qualitative difference between the two. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, a total of 12 heaven stage full circle experts, they didn't dare to say that they had any chance of winning against a foundation establishment initial stage expert. Even if everyone present went crazy and fought to the death with Lin Yi, their chance of winning was definitely less than 10%. And even if they won in the end, it would at most be a Pyrrhic victory. It was estimated that at least 10 of the 12 people would have to die here. In fact, this group of people was only tied together with Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong because of benefits. When there were benefits, they might be able to work together, but in this kind of situation where they were obviously going to die, it was impossible for them to work for Meng Tong for nothing. Therefore, even a mere 10% chance of winning in theory was impossible for this group of people. It wasn't just the newbies, but even Meng Tong himself was completely stunned by Lin Yi. There was only one thought left in his mind. How did this idiot who couldn't even tell a good jade from a bad one become an early phase foundation practitioner all of a sudden? Not only was Meng Tong and his group scared out of their wits, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai who were standing behind Lin Yi were also dumbfounded. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Chapter 3679. When did their boss break through? He had only been in the welcome pavilion for a short period of less than a month, and from beginning to end, he hadn't occupied any cultivation resources. This cultivation speed was a little too terrifying. Boss Lin Yi was indeed Boss Lin Yi. No wonder he had the confidence to deal with so many people. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai looked at each other, their eyes filled with admiration. Lin Yi winked at the two of them, then turned to the group of newcomers opposite him and said lightly, "Didn't you want to bully the few with numbers? I believe you won't mind me bullying the weak, right? Don't waste time, hurry up and start. We still have to report back to the rear hall after the fight." Accompanied by his powerful aura, every word and sound hammered heavily on the ears of the rookies. They were already scared out of their wits, and at that moment they were even more terrified. They lowered their heads, not daring to look Lin Yi in the eye, afraid that they would be the first sacrifice. Even when they faced Meng Jueguang, who was an even more powerful early-stage foundation establishment expert, they had never felt so frightened. But now, facing Lin Yi, they deeply understood what it meant to tremble with fear. After all, no matter how strong Meng Jueguang was, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But Lin Yi was their true enemy, especially in a trial like this where they were allowed to attack each other. Even if Lin Yi crippled all of them in a fit of rage, he wouldn't be punished. More importantly, before that sentence, they were still planning to attack Lin Yi. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the strong and the weak would switch positions, and they became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. How could they not be afraid at this time? Seeing that everyone began to collectively retreat, Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. Blue Cloud Pavilion had bin weak for a long time, and now even this group of newcomers were so useless. Just now they were all so proactive when they were bullying him with numbers, but now they immediately shrank back when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Grand Perfection Heaven stage experts being so wretched. It was really embarrassing. Come on. Lin Yi didn't want to waste any more time and took a step forward. However, what he did not expect was that this seemingly harmless action had startled Uncle Meng Tong, who was the most nervous of them all. Without saying a word, he let out a howl. He actually scrambled and ran away. What the fuck, does this guy have no shame? Everyone present, including Lin Yi, was dumbfounded. He hadn't even done anything, yet he was already running away in terror. This guy had even claimed to be the boss of the newcomers in Blue Cloud Pavilion. Wasn't he a little too much? But no matter. Meng Tong, the so-called leader, did run away, and he ran away without hesitation. He was quite fast. Immediately after, Li Zhengming also quietly escaped. He was a discerning person and could already see that Lin Yi was worried about Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, the two burdens who had no combat power. He didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after them. Moreover, Meng Tong had already taken the lead. If he didn't escape now, when would he? If there was one, there would be two, and there would be three. Seeing Meng Tong and Li Zhengming run away one after another, the other newcomers also began to scheme in their hearts. One by one they wanted to escape. However, Lin Yi wouldn't let them get what they wanted so easily. Did I say that you can leave? The next one who wants to escape. Don't blame me for not giving face to our fellow disciples. With one sentence, the originally restless newcomers suddenly turned pale. Although each of them still wanted to escape, they didn't dare to be the first to stand out. Although if they all scattered and escaped, even an expert in the early stage of foundation establishment like Lin Yi would have a hard time stopping them. According to what he said, whoever dared to be the first to escape, he would definitely keep his eyes on the first person to kill. That was something he could definitely do. For a moment, the remaining newcomers didn't dare to move. Only then did Lin Yi nod his head. Because he didn't expect Meng Tong to be so shameless, he actually made a mistake just now. Otherwise, if he had spoken earlier to intimidate them, he wouldn't have let Meng Tong and Li Zhengming run away for nothing. After all, just as Li Zhengming had speculated, there were still Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai standing behind him. Although if he really chased after Meng Tong, then no matter how fast Meng Tong's movement technique was, he could only wait to be captured. But if he did that, he wouldn't have the time to care about the other newcomers. If someone were to have crooked thoughts and take advantage of the time when he was chasing after Meng Tong to steal Xiao Ran's spiritual medicine, or simply cripple both Xiao Ran and Li Zhengming, even an expert in the early stage of foundation establishment like Lin Yi wouldn't be able to split himself. However, now that Meng Tong and Li Zhengming had escaped, the remaining newcomers didn't dare to move anymore. This result was still considered good. Lin Yi swept his gaze across the remaining newcomers. Everyone who was swept by his gaze was trembling with fear and trepidation, just like criminals who had been caught in the act and were waiting to be sentenced. Their fate was now completely in the hands of Lin Yi. Although it was impossible for Lin Yi to do something as infuriating as crippling everyone present, it was entirely possible for him to beat everyone up for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai as punishment. Putting themselves in their shoes, if they were in Lin Yi's position, they would probably make the same choice. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in their hearts. However, what Lin Yi said next made everyone heave a sigh of relief. I won't make things difficult for you. As long as each of you takes out spiritual medicine that is equivalent to 100 points, I can let you go. Of course, if you don't cooperate, I can only choose a more violent method. How you choose, it's up to you. Originally, they thought that all the elixirs on them would be confiscated, and that would be the minimum punishment. They would be lucky if they didn't have to suffer any physical pain. Who would have thought that Lin Yi would be so merciful to them? Although these people didn't have much time to collect spiritual medicine, they still had 300 to 400 points. The highest number even had more than 500 points. If everyone only contributed 100 points, there wouldn't be any substantial loss. The reason was very simple. Now that things had developed to this stage, Lin Yi's group definitely had the upper hand. Even if there were two uncertain factors, Meng Tong and Li Zhengming, to everyone present, there was no need to think about the top three. The best result was to fight for the top 10. That way, they would at least be able to obtain 3 spiritual jades as consolation. And Lin Yi's setting of a limit of 100 points happened to scratch the itch of everyone. This was because in the trial rules, there was a supplementary rule that didn't attract much attention. Chapter 3680. After all, for the 3 pavilions, the newcomer trial was held to a large extent for the newcomers to collect elixirs. But if the final number of elixirs collected was only a little, or even not enough to take out, then the rewards would be too high to make ends meet. That would be a joke. And because the average score of each trial could reach around 500 points, the threshold of 200 points was basically ignored. But because of the special circumstances of this trial, it came in handy. If Lin Yi asked for more, then the final result would be that even if these newcomers were to rank in the top 10, they would not have enough points to reach the 200 points, and thus miss out on the rewards. And the 100 points that Lin Yi asked for just happened to take into account this point. Even if everyone present contributed 100 points, they would still have at least 200 points left, and the final reward would not be lacking. For them, this way there wouldn't be too obvious a loss. After all, in the fight for the top 10, they were competitors with each other. It didn't matter how many points Lin Yi and the others had. As long as they could ensure that they were above the basic points and that they could still compete fairly with each other, then Lin Yi could get as many points as he wanted. There was no need to take the risk of falling out with Lin Yi. After all, this group of people weren't really soft persimmons. No matter what, they were still experts at the great perfection of heaven's stage. Although the situation was now completely under Lin Yi's control, once it involved key interests, if he bullied them too much and someone with ulterior motives fanned the flames, it was likely to cause a strong backlash. And although Lin Yi was powerful, he was only one person in the end. Once this group of people became chaotic, it would be very difficult to perfectly control the situation like now. Lin Yi had already calculated in his heart. By collecting 100 points from everyone as a punishment, he could ensure his own interests, and he would not completely become enemies with all the rookies. After all, these people were only temporarily relying on Meng Jueguang for benefits. Their loyalty was not high. If he bullied them too much this time, Meng Jueguang would be the fisherman who reaped the benefits, and these people would become his sworn enemy. Lin Yi would not do such a stupid thing. Soon, these rookies nimbly handed over 100 points worth of elixirs before looking nervously at Lin Yi. He was afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his word. Some people had even thought about it. Once Lin Yi went back on his word, they would immediately escape like Meng Tong and Li Zhengming. There would always be a chance in the chaos. And if Lin Yi was in a dilemma, it would be even better. They could even find a chance to snatch it back. But Lin Yi wasn't as greedy as these people thought he was. He ordered some of the herbs. After counting a few elixirs, he waved his hand to let these people leave. Everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they hurriedly left. Because Lin Yi had let them go, their gazes towards Lin Yi weren't as hostile as they had imagined. At least they did not feel too much hatred. Instead, Meng Tong, who was the first to escape, became the target of contempt in their hearts. These elixirs, the 2 of you will each take half. Lin Yi turned his head to look at Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. The 2 of them were stunned. Half each. That way Xiao Ran would be able to reach 1,000 points. Even Xiao Hongkai, who had nothing, would not be able to win. He could also get 500 points. I've calculated it. This way at least 2 of us can enter the top 3. In other words, getting 2 building foundation dawn is not a problem. 1 for each of you is enough. Lin Yi said with a smile. He himself was an expert in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, so he naturally had no use for foundation establishment pills. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai were stunned for a while. Looking at the shocking 1,800 points behind Lin Yi, they finally digested the meaning of Lin Yi's words. They did not know what to say and could only nod blankly. The final points of the 3 were: Lin Yi was 1,800, Xiao Ran was 1,000, and Xiao Hongkai was 500. Under the premise that the other newcomers had already lost 100 points, even if Meng Tong and Li Zhengming were 2 unknown factors, according to normal circumstances, this kind of result should be enough to lock them into the top 3. As for Xiao Hongkai, although she could not make it into the top 3, she would definitely be in the top 5 and would not be any worse than this. Following Lin Yi's instructions, Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai could not help but ask as they divided the spiritual herbs. Boss Lin Yi, when did you break through to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm? Why didn't we notice any signs at all? I had already broken through when I was still in the secular world. It would be strange if you could notice any signs at all. It happened not too long ago. Lin Yi could only answer vaguely. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai looked at each other, their eyes filled with even more admiration. They turned and pointed at the shocking points on Lin Yi's basket and asked curiously, "Then what's with the 1800 points? Boss Lin Yi, you couldn't have encountered some kind of peerless spiritual herb that is worth 1000 points, right?" This was a very normal speculation. According to the average standard of 500 points, to be able to reach 800 points was already very rare. As for 1800 points, unless it was a pie falling from the sky and 1000 points falling from the sky, they really could not think of a more reasonable speculation. You already know that I'm a pill master, so it's not strange for me to have some tricks up my sleeve when it comes to gathering spiritual herbs, right? Lin Yi laughed non-committally. Even if the two of them were his little brothers, the secret of the Skybolt pig was related to the space in the jade pendant, so he could not easily say it out loud. That's true. Xiao Ran had long heard of Lin Yi's achievements when he was still in the secular world, and Xiao Hongkai had also heard of him from her bitter senior brother, so they both knew that he was a pill master. As in pill master, it was normal for him to have his own unique methods and experience in gathering spiritual herbs. In comparison, they were all amateurs, so they could only feel that it was amazing. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Yi and the other two did not delay any longer, and directly returned to the back mountain hall according to the map. At this moment, the other newcomers had already returned a step earlier. Other than Lin Yi and the other two, only Meng Tong and Li Zhengming had not arrived. After a while, when it was noon, Meng Tong and Li Zhengming finally arrived. Chapter 3681. For a moment, the gazes of everyone present at Meng Tong began to become strange. He was obviously so terrified just now, so where did this guy get his confidence from? However, when Meng Tong flaunted his basket in front of everyone suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. A full 1,600 points. Fuck. Everyone could not stay calm. Even if the 500 points that were snatched from Xiao Hongkai were all in this guy's pocket, it also meant that Meng Tong's points alone had reached 1,100 points. That was too much. One had to know that Meng Tong was the same as them. He only needed 1.5 days to collect the elixirs. To be able to obtain 1,100 points in just 1.5 days, what kind of concept was that? Could it be that this guy was really hiding his strength? Was it just that he didn't look presentable? Not only the crowd, but even Lin Yi was slightly stunned when he saw the points. However, he quickly regained his composure and his lips curled into a faint smile. As for Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, they looked at Meng Tong's smug face and could not help but laugh. Up until now, because they were afraid of Lin Yi, no one had the time to carefully observe Lin Yi's points. As for Meng Tong, who turned and ran away the moment he appeared, he did not even know what Lin Yi's basket looked like. He thought that the idiot Lin Yi would at most be able to obtain 500 to 600 points. Originally, he was worried that Lin Yi would snatch the points of the other newcomers and surpass him. However, when he heard that Lin Yi was only taking 100 points from each person, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Only 100 points per person. In other words, you can only get 1,000 points at most. According to your pretentious behavior, you will probably have to give some points to those two good-for-nothings. In addition to your original points, you can only get 1,000 points at most. Acting tough, newbie. This time you've really failed to act tough and turned into an idiot. Meng Tong chattered on smugly. As for the other rookies, they looked at Lin Yi with ridicule in their eyes. Although Lin Yi did not do anything ruthless to them, he still made them pay 100 points. They were very happy to see Lin Yi suffer. Really? Let's wait and see. Lin Yi smiled faintly. After giving Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai a look, the two of them deliberately covered his basket even more tightly. Since Meng Tong was so smug, then let him be smug for a while longer. Surprises should always be left to the end. Dead duck is still stubborn. Seeing that Lin Yi did not refute, Meng Tong was even more smug. He was able to obtain so many points this time. Other than snatching them from Xiao Hongkai, the most important thing was that Meng Jueguang had given him a cheating device. A wood attribute sensor. This wood attribute sensor could automatically sense all the spiritual herbs within 100 meters and point out the direction. It was simply a godly tool for harvesting spiritual herbs. In contrast, people like Lin Yi who relied completely on observation to harvest spiritual herbs. That was simply the behavior of a weakling. It could not be compared at all. What Meng Tong did not know was that in this world, there was a spiritual beast called the Sky Thunder Pig, and its ability was at least 10 times that of a wood attribute sensor. As they spoke, it was already noon. Just like before the trial began, the rookies were still waiting quietly in the square of the back mountain. The 3 elders that he had seen before were still sitting on the 3 spacious outdoor chairs. They looked as dignified and magnificent as ever, giving off the feeling that they had not moved at all in the past 3 days. Apart from the welcoming pavilion's pavilion master Hu Yunfeng and a few senior stewards, what made Lin Yi surprised was that there were actually 2 more people. And these 2 people were not unfamiliar to him. These 2 people, one was Su Lingchong, the other was a young lady that he had met once before, Shanghai Laner. Seeing that Lin Yi had appeared among the rookies, the little curly bear that was hanging on Shanghai Laner's body immediately whimpered in excitement. If not for Shanghai Laner holding it back, it would probably have struggled to run to Lin Yi's side. Hey, you heartless Xiaobai, what kind of soup did that guy feed you? You've never been so attentive to me since I was a child. Shangguan Laner complained angrily with a pout. The back mountain hall was one of the most remote places in the 3 pavilions. If there was no special reason, she would not be willing to come all the way here. The reason why she came this time was purely because of the little curly bear's coquettish behavior. Just because she had heard Su Lingchong casually mention the Welcome Pavilion's newcomers trial when she was chatting with the other young masters and young ladies, the little curly bear seemed to have been possessed and insisted on pestering her to join in on the fun no matter what. In the end, Shanghai Laner had no choice but to comply with its wishes. Otherwise, this little guy would really turn the house upside down. Originally, Shanghai Laner was a little puzzled by this matter. She thought that the little curly bear just wanted to sneak to the back mountain to play. But now that she saw its behavior, her heart was like a mirror. The little guy came all the way here just to see Lin Yi. For more than 10 years, the little guy was even more attentive to Lin Yi, who had only played with it for a few hours. How could this be tolerated? For a moment, Shanghai Laner's gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with sour resentment. After noticing this, Lin Yi inexplicably shrugged his shoulders. Up until now, he still didn't know the background of this young girl, but from the respectful and reverent expression Su Lingchong and the others showed towards her, this young girl's background should be very deep. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Hu Yunfeng asked the 3 elders for instructions. Then he cleared his throat and announced, "Everyone, please be quiet. We will now begin the registration of the newcomer trial points and determine the final ranking." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 senior stewards of the welcoming pavilion entered their respective rookie camps and began to announce the points one by one. As for the 3 high and mighty elders, they naturally did not need to intervene in such trivial matters. They only needed to ensure that it was fair, and that no one would secretly mess with the reputation of the back mountain hall. This process was not carried out by the 3 pavilions at the same time, but there was an order. Rushing Sky Pavilion was first, followed by Mysterious Pavilion, and as for Blue Cloud Pavilion, it was naturally ranked last. Chapter 3682. Kong Mingming's strength wasn't that great, but Lin Yi wasn't surprised that he was able to obtain such a high ranking in a competition like this. After all, Kong Mingming was an elixir refiner, and he was more sensitive to wood elemental herbs than others. Moreover, with Su Lingchong's help, it would be hard for him not to obtain first place. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Yi, but Lin Yi was rather gratified that Zhong Pingliang was able to enter the top 3. After Soaring Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion were done, it was finally Blue Cloud Pavilion's turn. However, after 4 or 5 people reported their scores, all of them hovered around 200 to 300 points, completely incomparable to the scores of the newcomers from the other 2 pavilions. The 3 elders' faces, which were originally quite satisfied, immediately darkened. The newcomers from Soaring Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion laughed without restraint, and the bald elder sitting in the middle frowned. Have all the newcomers from Blue Cloud Pavilion fallen to such a state? Rotten wood really can't be carved. It seems like I should make a suggestion to the Elder Council that Blue Cloud Pavilion doesn't need to recruit newcomers in the future. It's purely a waste of resources. The two elders beside him nodded in agreement. No matter what, 4 or 5 people only had 200 to 300 points in a row. This kind of result was really terrible, and according to this trend it was almost certain that they would break the average score record. However, other people were aiming for the upper limit, while this group of useless newcomers from Blue Cloud Pavilion were aiming for the lower limit. Although the scores of the people after that were slightly better, they only hovered around 300 to 400 points, still incomparable to the results of the newcomers from Soaring Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion. It wasn't until Meng Jueguang reported Meng Tong's score that the entire audience was shocked. Meng Tong, 1,600 points. 1,600 points. What kind of concept was this? One had to know that even the highest score of the newcomers from the previous 2 pavilions was only a little over 1,200 points. This score was a whole lot higher than the previous one. The rookies from the other 2 pavilions were immediately in an uproar. Even the 3 elders sitting there were slightly taken aback. Moments later, the bald elder nodded and said, "This rookie is not bad. He is very competitive. He must have snatched quite a number of points from the other rookies. It can be considered as a fig leaf for Blue Cloud Pavilion." Hearing the bald elder's praise, Meng Tong couldn't help but raise his chin proudly at Lin Yi, who was at the end of the line. His provocation was obvious. Lin Yi pursed his lips with a faint smile. Non-committal. And after Meng Tong's stunning performance, the other rookies once again recovered to the standard of 300 to 400 points. While they were mocked, it only served to accentuate how rare Meng Tong was. Just as the bald-headed elder had said, this newcomer was very competitive. Among the group of trash newcomers from Blue Cloud Pavilion, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Xiaoran, 1,023 points. After seeing Xiaoran's points, the bitter senior brother was clearly overjoyed. This result was much better than what he expected, where they would all be wiped out. As for Meng Jueguang, he was somewhat stunned. After he reacted, he immediately stared at Meng Tong in dissatisfaction. It had to be known that he had done all this to silence Lin Yi and company in the trial. He had spent a lot of effort. Not only did he prepare a wood elemental sensor for Meng Tong to ensure first place, he had also specially mobilized the rookies, so that they would listen to Meng Tong's instructions in the trial. Logically speaking, with Meng Tong leading so many people to deal with Lin Yi and company, there shouldn't be any major problems. It should have been a simple matter to silence Lin Yi and company perfectly. But now, the most critical Lin Yi had not even had his turn. On Xiaoran's side, he had already burst out with more than 1,000 points. He had booked a spot in the top 3 in advance. You can't even do such a simple thing. What a piece of trash. Meng Jueguang turned his head and cursed softly. "Ninth cousin, you really can't blame me for this. There's really a reason for this. I'll explain it to you in detail later." Meng Tong scratched his head awkwardly as he tried to explain. "There's a reason for this? I want to hear what kind of excuse you are using, kid." Meng Jueguang did not believe that with such a huge difference in strength, there was any reason that could explain his failure. However, it was not convenient to speak in this situation. He could only let Meng Tong off for the time being. After this, he would settle the score with this fellow who could not do anything but spoil things. Xiao Hongkai, 500 points. Meng Jueguang's face turned even uglier. Although 500 points was not considered high, with so many new disciples in the Clear Cloud Pavilion, the average score was around 300 to 400 points, it was considered a rare high score. He no longer held any hope of silencing Lin Yi and company. The only thing he was thankful for was that he had prepared a wood-type sensor for Meng Tong. At least he would not lose first place. After all, a high score of 1,600 points was impossible for ordinary rookies to achieve, unless they plunder from other rookies or simply cheat. However, when it was finally Lin Yi's turn, Meng Jueguang was dumbfounded when he saw the numbers displayed on the basket. He could not react for a long time. "Oh, Jueguang, what are you doing there? Hurry up and report it." Hu Yunfeng glared at Meng Jueguang in dissatisfaction. Lin Yi was the last one. Everyone, including the 3 elders, was waiting. "Oh, okay." Meng Jueguang snapped out of his daze and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he realized that it was still the same number, he reported in disbelief, Lin Yi 1,800 points. 1,800 points. The audience instantly went crazy. Meng Tong's 1,600 points had already shocked them. They never expected that there would be an even more impressive result. Holy shit! How is that possible? Meng Tong, who was confident in his victory, was immediately dumbfounded. He was already prepared to celebrate first place. Lin Yi, that idiot, had clearly given a total of 1,000 points to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. How could he still have 1,800 points? Ninth cousin must have seen wrongly. It should have been 800 points. However, when he rushed over to take a look, it clearly showed that it was 1,800 points. This must be because the basket is spoiled, right? Meng Tong stammered as he said to the similarly incredulous Meng Jueguang. The 1,000 points that Lin Yi had snatched had all been given to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai. That was to say, the remaining points were all gathered by him personally. After all, Lin Yi was not like Meng Tong, who had a cheating device like the wood elemental sensor. How could he gather a terrifying number like 1,800 points by himself? There was only one possible explanation. It had to be that the basket was spoiled. Chapter 3683. Hu Yunfeng glanced at the three elders. Seeing that the three elders had no objections, she nodded and asked the Back Mountain Hall's specialized pharmacist to come over and examine it in public. Don't forget that Su Lingchong was still standing by his side. This fellow Lin Yi was a thorn that openly provoked young Master Su. Even if it was for the sake of currying favor with young Master Su, he absolutely didn't wish for Lin Yi to be able to obtain any good rankings, let alone obtain a shockingly high score of 1,800 points that was sufficient to break the record. The pharmacist took over Lin Yi's basket and took out the spirit herbs one by one to calculate the points. The surrounding people didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They all had complicated expressions on their faces as their gazes wandered back and forth between Lin Yi and the spirit herbs on the ground. There won't be any problems, right? The bitter senior brother stood nervously next to Lin Yi. Compared to the calm and composed Lin Yi, he, the bystander, was uneasy. It was as if the emperor was not anxious but the eunuch was anxious. On one hand, he sincerely hoped that Lin Yi's score was real. This way, not only would he be able to obtain the all-important building foundation pill as a reward, he would also be able to ruthlessly suppress the arrogance of Meng Jueguang's group. But on the other hand, reason told him that this score was really too exaggerated, and it was unlikely to be real. As there was not much of a difference in strength between the rookies, and there was not enough time, even in the most intense competition in the past years, there had never been a precedent of a person reaching the height of 1,800 points. The reason was simple. Even if one's strength was higher than the rookies of the same batch, once one of them successfully snatched the points of the other two rookies, they would immediately become the target of public criticism. It was almost impossible to maintain this until the end of the trial and retreat unscathed. This person's strength was so strong that even if the others joined forces, they would not dare to be enemies with him. Although senior brother Ku Bai was very confident in Lin Yi's strength, he was not blind to this extent. After all, as far as he knew, Lin Yi was only at the peak of heaven stage, and not an early-stage foundation establishment expert who was above all the newcomers. In the face of the bitter senior brother's question, Lin Yi just smiled faintly. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Time passed bit by bit. Although Lin Yi's basket contained a lot of spiritual herbs, it was not enough. However, the examiner quickly came to a conclusion. Reporting to the three elders, this newcomer Lin Yi's points are 1,800. It is confirmed. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong were even more despondent after hearing this. This pharmacist was a neutral member of the Back Mountain Hall. His words were equivalent to the words of the three elders present. Even if the two of them had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to have the slightest objection at this moment. Ninth cousin brother, what should we do now? Meng Tong asked in a low voice, still unwilling to give up. If the points were to be announced now, then the final result would be Lin Yi first, Meng Tong second, and Xiao Ran third. Although it was said that as long as one was in the top 3, they would receive a foundation establishment pill as a reward. But don't forget that the first place would receive an additional 10 pieces of spiritual jades. which was equivalent to 3 months' worth of work in the mining area. It was obviously something that was in his pocket, so how could he let it slip by so easily? Moreover, the first place was an honor. The top 10 disciples would all be recorded, and entering the Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future would also be an honor. Meng Jueguang looked awkwardly at the 3 elders who were sitting up there. If it was only inside the welcoming pavilion, he might have a way to trick Hu Yunfeng, but this was the back mountain hall. If he dared to do anything under the watchful eyes of the crowd, then the 3 elders would probably kill him on the spot. After all, these 3 elders did not know who Meng Jueguang was, and they would not be gossiped about because of such a small character. If this newcomer trial under their supervision was still said to be unfair, then their 3 old faces would be embarrassed. Under the eyes of the 3 elders, it was not good to play tricks, but if they just watched as Lin Yi took first place, not to mention Meng Tong, even Meng Jueguang himself would not be able to swallow this resentment. Time waited for no man. Since the pharmacist had already confirmed Lin Yi's points, then the final ranking had already been announced. However, just as Hu Yunfeng was about to brace himself and announce it in front of everyone, Su Lingchong, who was beside him, gave him a look. "What orders does young Master Su have?" Hu Yunfeng hurriedly nodded and bowed. Su Lingchong looked at him and said expressionlessly, "I don't care what method you use, but Lin Yi absolutely cannot get first place. Otherwise, how would I have the face to stand in front of so many newcomers?" Hu Yunfeng didn't know what to do. He looked at the 3 elders who weren't far from him. He might be the leader of the welcoming pavilion, but he was nothing in the back mountain palace. If he dared to go against Lin Yi in public, he'd be kicked out of his position as the leader of the welcoming pavilion the very next moment. But Su Lingchong's grandfather, Su Yuanzheng, was his most important backer. If he offended this young Master Su, then his ending would not be any better. Just as Hu Yunfeng was in a dilemma, Meng Jueguang suddenly jogged up to him and Su Lingchong and whispered, "Young Master Su, Pavilion Master, I have a way to prevent Lin Yi from getting first place." Hu Yunfeng was immediately delighted as he hurriedly said, "What good idea do you have? Quickly tell me." Now that things have come to this, Lin Yi's points have already been sealed. It is already very difficult for us to suppress him. However, this does not mean that he will naturally get first place. As long as we create a score that is higher than his, then wouldn't we be able to surpass him? Meng Jueguang suggested. Su Lingchong and Hu Yunfeng looked at each other. Hu Yunfeng said with a look of doubt, "Create a score that is higher than his? Is that feasible? Lin Yi has a total of 1,800 points, and all the other rookies have already reported their scores. There's no way to change it, right? 1,800 points is indeed very high, but Meng Tong's 1,600 points isn't much lower. As long as we find a rookie to voluntarily contribute 200 points to Meng Tong, wouldn't we be able to surpass Lin Yi?" Meng Jueguang said carefully. With his current influence among the rookies, it was not difficult to achieve this. Su Lingchong was somewhat tempted when he heard this. As long as he did not let the blind fellow Lin Yi have the last laugh, he did not care who obtained first place. Chapter 3684. Meng Jueguang nodded his head and said, "Pavilion Master, if you were the only one here to face the 3 elders of the back mountain hall, it would indeed be very difficult for us to succeed. But isn't young Master Su here today? The back mountain hall elders are also people. Don't tell me they won't give young Master Su this little bit of face?" Su Lingchong immediately smiled. Perhaps he didn't have the ability to make the 3 elders present publicly distort the truth, but if it was just to make them turn a blind eye to such a small matter, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. No matter what, his grandfather Su Yuanzheng was a big shot who occupied a seat in the Elders' Council. Even the 3 back mountain hall elders present had to give him face. As for whether the 3 elders would cooperate, this was actually very obvious. After all, even if Su Lingchong and company spoke softly, with the strength of the 3 elders, there was no way they could hide from their senses. And from the beginning to the end, they didn't open their mouths to stop them. They didn't even say a word. This in itself already represented their tacit agreement. After obtaining the approval of Su Lingchong and Hu Yunfeng, Meng Jueguang immediately turned around and returned to the newcomers. He inadvertently glanced at Lin Yi's direction, but the situation in front of him gave him a huge shock. Just as he and Su Lingchong were plotting, the young lady of Laner actually lowered her status and took the initiative to look for Lin Yi. It must be known that she wasn't just a simple beauty with unparalleled beauty. More importantly, she was the granddaughter of the Soaring Sky Pavilion's pavilion master, Shanghai Tianhua. To be able to make this young lady, who was as noble as a princess, take the initiative to strike up a conversation, Lin Yi, this country bumpkin of the secular world, must have accumulated the good fortune of several lifetimes. Not only Meng Jueguang, the other newcomers present were also looking at Lin Yi with the same gaze. Each and every one of them were envious, jealous, and even wanted to use their gazes to kill him, and then replace him. Even young Master Su Lingchong's expression changed when he saw this scene. It should be known that he was one of the many pursuers of Shangguan Laner. His grandfather, Su Yuanjing, had warned him more than once that if he wanted to rise in the Soaring Sky Pavilion in the future, he must hold on to the thigh of Shangguan Tianhua, and pursuing Shanghai Laner was the best way to do so. It was related to the future of the Su family. There was no room for error on this point. Therefore, in recent years young Master Su had spent countless efforts to capture the heart of a young girl. In the end, Shangguan Laner had always ignored him. Unexpectedly, today, she had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Yi, this country bumpkin of the secular world. How could he endure this? This feeling was like a tall, rich and handsome man being defeated by a poor man. Little did he know that Shanghai Laner had never thought of taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with Lin Yi. She was completely forced to strike up a conversation. The one who wholeheartedly wanted to get close to Lin Yi was obviously the little curly bear, who was hanging on her back but couldn't wait to burrow into Lin Yi's arms. This little bastard who betrays me while secretly helping others. Shanghai Laner secretly cursed. However, under the little curly bear's coquettish attack, she couldn't bear to ignore it. She could only grit her teeth and bear the strange gazes of the audience. Fortunately, Lin Yi wasn't as annoying as she'd imagined. If it was someone else, they would definitely be like Su Lingchong and the others, asking all sorts of questions in order to get close to her. However, Lin Yi didn't have the intention to climb up the stick. He just greeted her with a normal expression and didn't say anything more. However, in this way, on the contrary, Shanghai Laner, who was used to being surrounded by stars, had a strange feeling. What did this Lin Yi mean? Could it be that she wasn't attractive in his eyes? After noticing the strange resentment in Shangguan Laner's eyes, Zhang Xian was stunned. Lin Yi was completely baffled. From the beginning to the end, he didn't offend this Missy at all. However, Lin Yi didn't have the mood to care about this Missy's subtle state of mind. From Meng Jueguang's strange actions just now, he had already felt a trace of a conspiracy. And now Hu Yunfeng finally planned to announce the final rankings. Before announcing the final trial results of the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers, due to the trial process, a portion of Meng Tong's elixir was temporarily deposited in Li Zhengming's basket. Therefore, the points of this portion of elixir will need to be recalculated. I can only ask the Back Mountain Hall's pharmacist to work hard again. Hu Yunfeng's expression didn't change as she spoke eloquently. The newcomers in front had already finished announcing the scores, so it couldn't be changed. However, Li Zhengming's score had yet to be announced. Furthermore, from Meng Jueguang's point of view, Li Zhengming was closer and easier to cooperate with. The newcomers from the three pavilions were immediately in an uproar. Although Hu Yunfeng's words were high-sounding, anyone with a discerning eye knew that it was cheating. However, even the three elders turned a blind eye to it. The newcomers naturally wouldn't take the risk of offending Su Lingchong and Hu Yunfeng to question it. After all, it had nothing to do with them, so they didn't care. Holy shit, this is too shameless. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai couldn't help but be infuriated. This shameless move was clearly targeted at Lin Yi. Senior brother Bitter could not help but protest, but he was stopped by Lin Yi. Although the opponent's method was shameless and despicable, the fact that the three elders did not say a word was already a clear indication of the problem. They were all alone, so if they were to protest in such a situation, it would put these important figures on the spot. Then things would be difficult to deal with in the future. However, Lin Yi did not plan on giving up the first place of the trial so easily. He wanted to see what other tricks the opponent had up his sleeve. The apothecary quickly gave the result. Meng Tong's final score, 1,800 points. The moment this was said, everyone was stunned. 1,800 points, not a single point less or less. It happened to be tied with Lin Yi's score. Not only did the crowd not expect this scene, even Meng Jueguang and the others did not expect this at all. He had specifically asked Li Zhengming to take out more than 200 points worth of elixirs. In the end, he did not expect this guy to be so stingy and take out exactly 200 points, not a single point more. Are you crazy, kid? Would it kill you to give me one more point? Now I'm tied with that bastard Lin Yi. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Meng Tong couldn't help but curse in exasperation. This opportunity to turn defeat into victory was something that Meng Jueguang had fought so hard for. If all his efforts were to go down the drain because of Li Zhengming's stinginess, then it would really be a big joke. Hearing Meng Tong's words, Li Zhengming's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Motherfucker, I've already contributed 200 points to you for free. Not only did you not say a word of thanks, but you're also cursing at me. How can you be so cheap? Chapter 3685. Even Meng Jueguang couldn't bear to watch Meng Tong's stupidity any longer. After gesturing for him to shut up, Meng Jueguang turned to Li Zhengming and said in a low voice, Zhengming, why don't you take out some more spiritual herbs before the final announcement of the rankings? After all, if we have the same number of points, it won't be easy. Li Zhengming gritted his teeth and looked at Meng Jueguang. He said in a low voice, Senior Meng, I have 320 points right now and am ranked 10th. If I take out another spiritual herb, then I will fall out of the top 10. Li Zhengming didn't have too bad of a medicinal herb in his possession. The lowest points he had were 2 points, and the 11th ranked person had 319 points. Even if he took out the lowest point medicinal herb, he would still be ranked 11th. Meng Jueguang was slightly surprised and said, You want the reward for the top 10? No problem. As long as Meng Tong gets first place, I will have him compensate you with 5 pieces of spiritual jades. This is much more generous than the 3 pieces of spiritual jades you get for the top 10, right? Unexpectedly, Li Zhengming was not moved at all. He shook his head and said, Senior Meng, you misunderstand. I am not greedy for this little bit of spiritual jades. I just don't want to fall out of the top 10. In all the official competitions of the Welcoming Pavilion, whether it is the newcomer's trial or the ranking competition, as long as you fall out of the top 10, it will leave an indelible stain on your resume. Once you carry this stain, it means that you are lacking in at least one aspect. Even if you enter the Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future, you won't be valued and will only be reduced to a marginal character. These words were personally said by you, Senior Meng. With this, Meng Jueguang was immediately speechless. These words that Li Zhengming said were indeed taught by him, and they were the truth. It was just that he didn't think that these words would have such an effect at a time like this. And it was even counterproductive. In that case, if it was just to let Meng Tong take first place over Lin Yi and force Li Zhengming out of the top 10, it was indeed a little unreasonable. No matter what, Li Zhengming was the first newcomer besides Meng Tong to rely on him. It was not a good thing for him to cheat his own people. If word of this got out, it would probably disturb people's morale. However, with the situation having developed to this point, he could not use the same trick again. He could not possibly say that Meng Tong had left some elixirs with other rookies, right? That would simply be an insult to the intelligence of everyone present. Perhaps even the 3 elders would not continue to acquiesce. Now that things had come to this, they could only let young Master Su think of a way to exert some influence. Fortunately, although Meng Tong's current score was not higher than Lin Yi's, it was not lower either. It should be easier to manipulate. Meng Jueguang explained the situation to Su Lingchong and Hu Yunfeng in detail. Although Su Lingchong was a little dissatisfied that this guy couldn't even do such a small thing properly, handle such a small matter, he could only nod with a gloomy face in order to prevent Lin Yi from taking first place. After all, at this time, other than him personally appearing, the others including Hu Yunfeng were too low level. There was no way they could directly talk to the 3 elders, and it was even more impossible for them to do them a favor. Su Lingchong rushed over and said a few words to the bald elder sitting in the middle. Then he nodded to Hu Yunfeng and Meng Jueguang. The matter was settled. Hu Yunfeng were instantly overjoyed. They secretly praised young Master Su in their hearts. No matter where he went, he was popular. Even the elders of the back mountain hall had to give him face. However, the two of them were really thinking too much. Although young Master Su's face was not small, it was definitely not to the point where even the elders would have to give him a favor. The reason why he was able to settle it so smoothly this time, it was entirely because this bald elder had a good personal relationship with his grandfather, Su Yuanzheng. Otherwise, even he, young Master Su, would not even be able to say a word to him. In the three great pavilions, regardless of whether one entered the Elders' Guild or not, any elder was a big shot. Ordinary disciples could only tremble in fear in front of them. This was a rule that even someone with a powerful background like young Master Su could not easily overstep. Of course, if it was an elder who had a good relationship with his grandfather, then it would be a different story. After receiving Su Lingchong's signal, Hu Yunfeng cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, "Now that the final score is out, Meng Tong has 1,800 points and Lin Yi has 1,800 points. Both of them are tied for first place. But according to the rules of the previous rookie trials, there has never been such a thing as a tie. If the two people end up with the same number of points, then the elders stationed at the back mountain hall will determine the winner based on their performance in the trial." These three elders were actually able to observe everyone's behavior and performance during the trial. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, but after thinking about it he understood. Since Hu Yunfeng said this in front of everyone, it shouldn't be nonsense, so it was clear that there was something going on. With the powerful strength of these three elders, if they were to cooperate with the various restrictions and arrays in the back mountain, it shouldn't be too difficult to monitor the situation in the back mountain. After all, their main task was to protect the back mountain. If they couldn't even do the most basic monitoring, how could they protect it? However, Lin Yi believed that even if it was monitoring, it definitely wouldn't be too detailed. At most, they would only pay attention to a few places with relatively large movements. After all, the back mountain was so big. If they really paid attention to every place, then not to mention the three elders, even if there were 30 or 300 people, they would only be exhausted to death. This made Lin Yi secretly keep an eye out. If he were to enter the back mountain in the future, he had to be careful when he did something big. If not, he didn't know when his secret would be discovered by others, and that would be troublesome. Under Hu Yunfeng's request, the people involved, Lin Yi and Meng Tong, walked to an empty space in front, so that the elders could recall their performance during the trial. Everyone held their breaths and waited. The bald elder in the middle, who had the most authority to speak, carefully examined the two of them. Just as he was about to announce the results, there was a sudden commotion from the rookies below. Then a little guy with black and white clothes jumped out from the crowd and jumped onto Lin Yi's back. The bald elder's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to reprimand him, the pretty figure that followed made him swallow the scolding he was about to say. There was no other reason. The girl's background was so deep that even he was frightened. Chapter 3686. Little White, come back. They're doing something serious. Shanghai Laner quickly tried to pull the little curly bear back, but it refused to let go of Lin Yi. No matter what she said, it refused to come down from Lin Yi. Woo 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 woo. Not only did it refuse to come down, but the little curly bear kept calling out, as if it wanted to express something. Shanghai Laner was stunned. Others might not understand the little curly bear's whining, but she grew up with it. She didn't dare to say that she understood 100% of the little curly bear's meaning, but it wasn't a problem for her to understand 80%. Are you saying that you want Lin Yi to get first place, and that Meng Tong is a bad guy? Shanghai Laner frowned and asked. Her suspicious eyes then fell on Meng Tong. With the little curly bear's closeness to Lin Yi, it was easy to understand that it wanted Lin Yi to get first place, but it was a bit strange to say that Meng Tong was a bad guy because of this. One had to know that the little curly bear wasn't as organic as humans. It always said what it said, and it would never deliberately belittle Meng Tong just to let Lin Yi get first place. It must have its reasons for saying so. Looking at Shanghai Laner's meaningful gaze falling on him, Meng Tong instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The only thought in his mind at the moment was, damn, could it be that the truth has been exposed, and this little thing has recalled the situation that day? This was not impossible. Although the little curly bear was still in its infancy, its intelligence was comparable to that of a human child. At this time, it was not strange for it to recall the incident that day. You tell me, what did you do to my little White? Little White would never slander you without any reason. This was related to the little curly bear. Shanghai Laner's expression suddenly became serious, and she stared at Meng Tong and questioned, although she didn't always like to think. But that didn't mean she didn't know how to use her brain. Now that she thought about it, the situation of looking for the little curly bear was indeed a little strange. At least, what Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong said must have been false. However, it was already late at that time, and they had successfully found the little curly bear, so she did not care about it. And no, Meng Tong hurriedly stammered in denial. If the matter of that day was dug out, then his ending would be very ugly. No. Shangguan Laner looked at him suspiciously. He then turned to the little curly bear. Little White, why did you say that this guy is a bad guy? Did he do anything bad to you? Woo 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 woo. The little curly bear made a series of gestures with his hands and feet, and he specially pointed at Meng Tong a few times. Meng Tong's heart was in his throat for a moment. Even Meng Jueguang, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and was also scared to the point that he was drenched in cold sweat. He was afraid that the case would be solved in public. That would really be a big problem. As for Lin Yi, he looked at all of this calmly and coldly. If the little curly bear could really recall the specific situation of that day, then Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong would definitely be doomed. This would save him a lot of trouble. Shanghai Laner pondered for a long time before she understood the meaning of the little curly bear. She said helplessly, Little White, you are saying that Meng Tong's breath is very annoying. Seems like he kicked you in your dream. Is he not a good person? Woo-woo. The little curly bear nodded repeatedly. Holy shit. It turned out that this little thing didn't even think about it. It was just instinctively annoyed. Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief, but they were still afraid. Spirit beasts like the curly roll bear. Its perception was much more sensitive than ordinary people, even if it did not have a clear memory. But subconsciously, he would still be on guard against things that had hurt him. However, as long as it didn't clearly recall the situation that day, everything would be fine. After all, even a young lady like Shangguan Laner wouldn't directly come forward to deal with the two of them just because of a baseless accusation and a pet's hobby. Alright, I'm fine. You guys can continue. Shangguan Laner rolled her eyes at the little fellow. Just as Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong thought, she was the granddaughter of Shangguan Tianhua. In such a public occasion, she had to consider Shangguan Tianhua's image in every word and action. She couldn't just accompany the little fellow and throw a tantrum. The bald elder nodded and was about to announce the result. Unexpectedly, Shanghai Laner pouted at Meng Tong and said, Although I don't have any grudges with you since even Little White hates you so much, it means that you're really not a good person. Humph. Meng Tong suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. He was still rejoicing that he had escaped a calamity. In the end, he was immediately blacklisted by this young lady. Everything was really unfavorable for him today. But fortunately, the abuse of the little curly bear that day was not solved on the spot. To him, this was already a blessing in disguise. Moreover, he was able to obtain first place in the trial today. At least he could comfort himself. However, what the bald elder said next almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. In this trial, although the points of the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers Meng Tong and Lin Yi are the same, looking at the whole process of the trial, Meng Tong incited the other newcomers to besiege Lin Yi. He was opportunistic and had a bad character. Therefore, I believe that the first place in this Blue Cloud Pavilion trial belongs to Lin Yi. Do you have any objections? What the hell? The first place belongs to Lin Yi? From Su Lingchong and Hu Yunfeng to Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong, everyone was dumbfounded. It was clearly said that Meng Tong would be first. That wasn't how the script was written. No objections. The two elders at the side nodded. As for the others, even if they had any objections, they did not have the slightest right to speak. Not even Su Lingchong, young Master Su. Then that's it. The bald elder's last sentence directly sealed the coffin of this newcomer trial. What the hell? Su Lingchong and the others were dumbfounded. This sudden change in the situation was too sudden. Su Lingchong stared at the bald elder in disbelief. This was simply standing him up in front of everyone. Even if he did not agree from the start, it was still better than going back on his word. With this, where would he put his face as a young master? Previously, he had confidently vowed to Hu Yunfeng and the others that he could easily settle it. The bald elder gave him a look and pointed in the direction of Shangguan Laner. His meaning was very clear. Between young Master Su and Miss Shangguan, the latter's face was obviously bigger. Even if Su Yuanjing was a big shot in the Elders Guild, how could he compare to Shangguan Tianhua, the owner of Soaring Sky Pavilion? Chapter 3687. If Missy were to go back to Shanghai Tianhua and leave a bad impression on him, even if he was a high and mighty elder, he would be beaten down to the ground sooner or later. After all, the elders who had fallen under Shanghai Tianhua's iron fist were not just one or two. Su Lingchong had nothing to say. If he was in the position of the bald elder, he would have done the same. In fact, when he thought about it, he was glad that the bald elder did not award the first place to Meng Tong. If he had left a bad impression on Shanghai Laner because of this, he would have suffered a great loss. On the other hand, letting Linny get first place by luck didn't really matter to him, other than losing face a little. It didn't matter at all. Since even Su Lingchong did not say anything, the other small characters like Meng Jueguang naturally did not dare to say anything. They could only watch as Linny received the first place reward. "Thank you for letting me win." Linny smiled faintly and waved the bag of extra 10 pieces of spiritual jade in front of them. "TSK, what a villain." Meng Tong's face was extremely ugly as he curled his lips. He felt as if he had eaten hundreds of flies. It was extremely disgusting, but he could only pinch his nose and swallow it down. Although Meng Jueguang also had a gloomy face, his eyes lit up when he saw the bag of spiritual jade in Lin Yi's hand. He said softly, "It's okay. Let him be happy for a while and go back to mess with some useless jade. This bag of good jade will be ours sooner or later." Ninth cousin is brilliant. Meng Tong's heart was instantly balanced. He gritted his teeth and said, "One day, when this kid finds out that all the spiritual jade he has accumulated are useless jade, I want to see what kind of expression he will have then." Of course, he will definitely cry until he dies. Meng Jueguang smiled coldly. Maybe the blow is too big and his heart might fall out. For ordinary people, even if a piece of scrap jade was exchanged for a piece of good jade, it would be worth it. They would feel heartache for at least half a day. For people like Lin Yi, who had been exchanged for more than 10 or even dozens of yuan in a row, when he came to his senses, his heart would probably be bleeding from the pain. The rookie trial finally came to an end with this dramatic turn of events. Lin Yi was first, Xiao Ran was third, and Xiao Hongkai was fourth, although they did not take the top 3 spots. But compared to the dismal results of the newcomers under Meng Jueguang, this was a great harvest. Meng Jueguang had a total of 12 newcomers under his command. Other than Meng Tong, who had obtained second place and was able to obtain a building foundation pill as a consolation prize, the others were completely insignificant. Compared to the crucial reward of the building foundation pill, the 3 pieces of spiritual jades that were distributed to them could not even be considered as a consolation prize. And there was something even worse than this. Out of the 12 people, 5 of them did not even get 3 pieces of spiritual jades as a consolation prize. Not only did they not get any benefits, they also fell out of the top 10 in their first trial and entered the blacklist. They simply wanted to cry but had no tears. For a moment, all the newcomers looked at Meng Jueguang with resentment. They had initially pledged their allegiance to Meng Jueguang in hopes of getting more benefits. But now, not only did they not get any benefits, they even threw away their bright future. It was simply a scam. Are all of you trash? Lin Yi and his team only had 3 people, and the 12 of you couldn't even deal with them? And you still have the face to complain to me? What's there to complain about? After returning from the back mountain hall, Meng Jueguang gathered all the newcomers and could not help but roar. It was within his expectations. The blacklisting of Lin Yi and his team was a done deal. After all, no matter what, everyone was an expert of the same level. It was really inexcusable for the 12 of them to fail against 3 people. All the newcomers looked at Meng Tong. Meng Tong had no choice but to stand up and explain. "Ninth cousin, the original plan was indeed going smoothly, but something happened that directly messed up our entire plan. You really can't blame us for not putting in enough effort." "Can't blame you for not putting in enough effort? All right, tell me, what accident happened in the middle that allowed them to reverse such a huge disadvantage?" Meng Jueguang said snappily. Ninth cousin, you probably couldn't tell previously, but Lin Yi is now an early-stage foundation establishment expert. Meng Tong smiled bitterly at Meng Jueguang. What? Early-stage foundation establishment expert? Meng Jueguang originally thought that Meng Tong would come up with some far-fetched reason, but after hearing that, he was shocked. He looked at everyone in disbelief. That's impossible, right? Did all of you see it? Everyone nodded in unison. Meng Tong said with a bitter face. I saw it with my own eyes. We had already surrounded him and were about to succeed, but he wasn't afraid of us at all. He released the aura of an early-stage foundation establishment expert and scared all of us on the spot. All the newcomers looked strangely at Meng Tong. It was true that everyone was scared silly, but if not for Meng Tong being the first to escape, causing panic, the situation would not have fallen into Lin Yi's complete control. After all, there were 12 of them, and Lin Yi still had Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai, these two exhausted burdens. If they really fought back then, it was hard to tell who would win or lose in the end. However, Meng Tong obviously wouldn't say such a shameful thing. If he didn't say it, the others naturally wouldn't say anything, or else they would offend him, and they would definitely make things difficult for them in the future. Seeing everyone say it in unison, Meng Jueguang had no choice but to believe it. So Lin Yi really broke through to the early-stage foundation establishment? But from his aura just now, it doesn't seem like it. He's no different from you heaven-stage great perfection experts. Did you really fight him to confirm it? We didn't. At that time we saw that the situation wasn't good, so we directly dispersed on the spot. Meng Tong answered awkwardly. You didn't fight? Meng Jueguang was stunned and pondered. So you're saying that you were just scared by his aura? Everyone looked at each other and finally nodded. Although it was shameful to say it, they were indeed scared by Lin Yi's aura. That's right, you must have seen wrongly. Chapter 3688. That's possible. Meng Tong and the group of rookies looked at each other. Now that they recalled the situation back then, it did seem a little strange. It's very simple. If Lin Yi is really an early-stage foundation establishment expert, then the aura he usually shows should be that of an early-stage foundation establishment expert, and not the heaven-stage great perfection like all of you. Think about it, it's only been less than a month. Even the Soaring Sky Pavilion and the Mysterious Pavilion have not succeeded in building their foundation. How could Lin Yi, a mere kid from the secular world, be more awesome than the rookies? Bullshit. Meng Jueguang paused, then asked. Besides, all of you just said that after Lin Yi scared all of you, he didn't do anything to you and just let you run away, right? Yes. The rookies nodded. This confirms my speculation even more. Meng Jueguang sneered and analyzed. Think about it, with your previous conflicts with Lin Yi, if he really is an early-stage foundation establishment expert, with his ruthless style of daring to injure Meng Tong on the first day, why would he let you off so easily? Even if he can't kill you due to the trial rules, it shouldn't be a problem to cripple you, right? The rookies were stunned. This was also the question they were most puzzled about. Ignoring the fact that Meng Tong and Li Zhengming had run away first, the rest of them only got 100 points each. This was too easy on them. So it's clear that he's afraid that once he really starts fighting, it won't be easy to clean up after the limit golden core effect disappears. After all, the limit golden core effect lasts for a very short time. To him, the safest method is to use his aura to scare all of you. The more Meng Jueguang said, the more he felt that the possibility was high. It was almost more than 90%. So you're saying that all of us were fooled by that kid, Lin Yi? Damn, this brat is too treacherous. After Meng Tong reacted, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in hatred. Based on the situation at that time, if they hadn't been frightened by Lin Yi, they could have completely wiped out Lin Yi and the other two. If that had been the case, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns later. Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to compete with him for the first place, but it was very likely that he would be last. But senior apprentice brother Meng, the feeling I got from Lin Yi was, it doesn't look like she's faking it, right? Li Zhengming was still a little skeptical. Meng Tong rolled his eyes at him and sneered. Are you stupid? Since he has made up his mind to deceive us, of course he has to pretend to be confident. Otherwise, how can he deceive us? He's a newbie who likes to act tough. Isn't he the best at acting tough? Li Zhengming immediately stopped talking. Other than Meng Tong, although the other newbies also believe 70 to 80%, They still had the same doubts as Li Zhengming in their hearts. If Lin Yi had only deceived one or two of them, it would be easier to understand. But there were 12 of them, and there were bound to be a few who were more observant. Wasn't Lin Yi's acting skills a little too good if he was able to trick all of them with just one extreme jindan? Meng Jueguang looked at everyone's expression and said, although there's a 90% chance that Lin Yi relied on a golden core to deceive them, there's only 2 days left before the ranking competition. This kind of thing can't be sloppy. How about this, one of you go and test the truth? I'll give him a piece of spiritual jade as a reward. Everyone looked at each other but no one stood up. Although they also believed that Lin Yi was very likely to be pretending, what if he wasn't? What if he was a genuine early-stage foundation establishment realm master? If they rashly tested him for a piece of spiritual jade, wouldn't that be courting death? Moreover, with Lin Yi's strength, even if he wasn't an early-stage foundation establishment realm master, judging from his performance when he defeated Meng Tong in one move, it was absolutely a piece of cake for him to deal with them one-on-one. Wouldn't it be obvious that they were looking for a beating if they went over? Seeing this, Meng Jueguang had no choice but to call out a name. Meng Tong, you lead the way and test him. Meng Tong immediately flinched. Although he was 100% sure that Lin Yi wasn't an early-stage foundation establishment realm master, he was still afraid of being beaten up. He rolled his eyes and immediately declined. Ninth cousin, this good opportunity to make a contribution should be given to Zhengming. He just happens to need spiritual jade. That's fine. Then Zhengming, you go. Meng Jueguang waved his hand. Fuck. Li Zhengming instantly exploded in anger. This bastard Meng Tong didn't dare to go, so he pushed this kind of hard task to me. He even said that it was giving me a chance to make a contribution. Fucking shameless. However, since Meng Jueguang had already said so, he didn't give him a chance to refuse. Unless he had a falling out with Meng Jueguang on the spot, he could only bite the bullet and accept it. In the end, Li Zhengming gritted his teeth. For the sake of revenge, I'll endure it. On the other hand, compared to Meng Jueguang's group of people who were gloomy and suspicious, Lin Yi and the others were in a good mood. They even had a few drinks together to celebrate. During the meal, after listening to Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai describe the process of the test, Bitter Shixiang looked at Lin Yi with his mouth wide open. Junior brother Lin, you're exaggerating. You've only been here for less than a month, and you've already reached foundation level. If I remember correctly, you're not only the first among the newcomers, but you've also broken the record. Although many newcomers were already Sky Class Full Circle Masters when they first entered the pavilion, from Sky Class Full Circle to Foundation level early phase, other than putting in a huge amount of effort and resources, luck was also indispensable. Some people would be stuck at this level for decades, but if the luck wasn't there, they still wouldn't be able to break through the last barrier. In the history of the Welcome Pavilion, the record holder for the fastest foundation establishment was none other than Miracle Dr. Zhang Liju, whose record was 48 days. And Lin Yi was at least 20 days ahead of him. I've already reached foundation level before I came here. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, but he couldn't tell them the truth. Compared to breaking the record in the pavilion, the fact that he had reached foundation level in the mortal world where spirit energy was sparse was even more shocking. If news of this got out, he might be captured and dissected for research purposes. After a few vague words, Lin Yi turned to the others and said seriously, Bitter Shixiang, Xiao Ran and Hong Kai, don't tell anyone that I've reached foundation level yet. After all, it's better to keep a low profile. Hiding some of your strength might be useful at a critical moment. Chapter 3689. Lin Yi shook his head. Not necessarily, I only showed off the aura of an early phase foundation. I didn't actually fight them. With Meng Jueguang and the other suspicious personalities, they'll definitely be suspicious after this. Bitter Shixiang and Xiao Ran looked at each other and nodded. Alright. After all, everyone had their own way of doing things, and since Lin Yi chose to keep a low profile, they would naturally try their best to cooperate. Bitter Shixiang thought about it. Based on past years, the newcomers usually stay in the pavilion for a full year, but if they succeed in their foundation establishment, they're allowed to enter the 3 pavilions early to become an inner disciple. What are your plans for the future, Lin Yi? Are there any additional benefits to becoming an inner disciple early? Lin Yi asked back. Other than being valued by the sect's higher-ups, The main benefit is that you can enjoy some of the benefits of being an inner disciple early. Other than that, there's nothing else, Bitter Shixiang explained. Then forget it. I'll stay in the pavilion for a while and improve my strength first. Lin Yi shook his head. With his condition, he didn't need the so-called benefits of the sect very much, and if he chose to enter Blue Cloud Pavilion early, not only would he not get any obvious benefits, but he would also be valued by the sect's higher-ups. There would be countless troubles that would follow, and he might as well stay in the pavilion to accumulate his strength first. After all, compared to other places, the pavilion was definitely a gentle cradle. There weren't that many problems and it was perfect for training. Lin Yi knew very well that if he wanted to go to Middle Island to find Zhang Liju, other than improving his strength, anything else would be a waste of time. No matter where he went, strength was the way to go. Yeah, that's good, Bitter Shixiang nodded. Over the years in the Welcome Pavilion, he had seen many outstanding newcomers. After coming to the 3 pavilions, they immediately became ordinary, not because they were weaker, but because the environment they were in was stronger. At the end of the day, the pavilion was just a school. The 3 pavilions were the real cruel society. The early phase of foundation establishment was already very good in the pavilion, but in the 3 pavilions it was nothing. Lin Yi's decision to stay in the welcoming pavilion was a very wise one. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and pushed the foundation establishment pill in front of Qiao Hongkai. Smiling, he said, "In any case, I already have no use for it. I'll give this foundation building pill to you. You two also have to break through as soon as possible." Qiao Hongkai paused. Lin Yi had talked about this during the test, but now that the pill was right in front of him, he couldn't help but blush with excitement. This was the foundation building pill that all newcomers yearned for. Even though second-generation cultivators with deep backgrounds in the Soaring Sky Pavilion were unable to obtain it, there were also those powerful old men from the Profound Pavilion. In order to fight for a single foundation establishment pill, they had also used all sorts of methods and schemes in the trial. But even so, they were unable to obtain it. In the end, most people still couldn't get it even though they wanted it. On the other hand, he was an ordinary grassroots newcomer with no background, and his strength wasn't that great, so he didn't get any decent results in the trial. Even the elixirs were all snatched away, but he was able to get such a gift. If this matter were to spread, it would make a lot of people jealous. And all of this, it was all thanks to Lin Yi. Without Lin Yi, he, Qiao Hongkai, wouldn't even be able to get 4th place in the trial, let alone hope for the foundation establishment pill. Instead, he would end up with 0 points, which would be a stain of incompetence on his body, and he would never be valued by the sect. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Boss Lin Yi. Qiao Hongkai stood up, walked to Lin Yi and kowtowed 3 times. Lin Yi was shocked, quickly helped him up and frowned. "What are you doing? You and I are brothers, do we need this?" The bitter senior brother and Xiao Ran, watching this scene, were also dumbfounded. In the cultivation world, although it was common to form cliques and recognize a boss, as the saying goes, a man's knees are gold, and any cultivator was in existence above thousands of living creatures. Except for the elders of the sect, they would not easily kneel to others. Even if it was a senior brother like Meng Jueguang, who wanted to make a newcomer like Meng Tong kneel to him, it was impossible. That was why Qiao Hong would do this, which was beyond their expectations. Hee, Boss Lin Yi, don't be angry, I was just excited and couldn't help it. Qiao Hongkai just realized what he had done, and even he was a little surprised, so he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yi smiled, but although he said so, he understood in his heart that if Qiao Hongkai didn't really think of himself as a boss, he wouldn't have done such an outrageous thing. "Next time don't kneel so involuntarily. Didn't I just give you a foundation establishment pill? Scared me." Lin Yi laughed and scolded. "I thought you wanted to propose to me." The bitter senior brother and Xiao Ran on the side laughed. Lin Yi's joke dissolved the embarrassment of the person involved, Qiao Hongkai, but he didn't regret kowtowing to Lin Yi at all. Whether it was strength, character, or generosity to his own people, no matter from which aspect, Lin Yi was a rare good boss. Compared to people like Meng Jueguang, he was much more reliable. For a grassroots newcomer like him who didn't have any background, to be able to worship under Lin Yi was already a blessing that he had cultivated for several lifetimes. The 4 people drank a few more cups, and during the meal, Xiao Ran and Qiao Hongkai frequently toasted to Lin Yi. Xiao Ran had an introverted personality, and his gratitude towards Lin Yi wasn't any less than Qiao Hongkai, But he wouldn't express it so obviously, and could only express it through toasting. Linny was also well aware of this, because both of them had a background in the secular world, and their temperaments were quite similar. His relationship with Xiao Ran was even closer than Xiao Hongcai's. After a few cups of wine, everything was understood without words. When drinking with close friends, 1,000 cups were not enough. At their level of strength, ordinary wine couldn't make them drunk. The four people were in a good mood today, and they drank until late at night, only then did they go their separate ways. This drinking session had imperceptibly pulled the relationship between them closer, and there was a feeling of brotherhood between them, unlike before when they were purely huddling together for warmth. In the end, a relationship that was purely maintained by benefits would break sooner or later, but brothers could be together for a lifetime. Chapter 3690. Today, he was going to refine the foundation establishment pill overnight. The process was the same as the last time he refined the foundation establishment pill. After putting the herbs into the cauldron, he just needed to input true qi according to the instructions. Although the effect of the foundation establishment pill was above that of the foundation establishment pill, it was still a fourth-grade pill after all, so there was no difference in the refining process. Please wait a moment. Jingjing is calculating the refining time and temperature curve for Lin Yi Gij. Automatic refining script will be generated. Automatic refining script has been generated. According to the weight in the cauldron, one set of materials will be put into the pill. The estimated refining time is 6 hours and 20 minutes. Please save your true qi in advance. The estimated number of pills produced is 1. Sure enough, there was only 1 pill. Linny couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had thought that he could get a few more pills like the last time he refined the foundation establishment pill. However, when he thought about it, he only had 1 set of materials this time. If he could successfully refine one, he would already be extremely lucky. If he wanted more, he would be too greedy. That would ruin his character. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his state a little. After making sure that his essence, qi, and spirit were restored to their best state, Linny began to use the art of dragon mastery to inject true qi into the cauldron. After all, he only had 1 set of materials this time. If he failed, he didn't know when he would be able to find another heart-devouring exquisite grass. Therefore, this time, even if he couldn't intervene in the changes in the cauldron, at least he had to make sure that nothing went wrong within the scope of his ability. The night passed uneventfully until the next day, when the sky was bright. Only then did Linny finally let out a long breath and slowly stood up. He looked at the words displayed on the tablet of the cauldron. Linny couldn't help but feel lucky. Congratulations, Brother Lin Yi, you have successfully refined one. The foundation establishment pill was different from the others. It was considered the best among all the 4th-grade pills. With just 1 set of materials, he was able to successfully refine one. Apart from praising the genius Han Jingjing for modifying the godly pesticide cauldron, he could only thank his luck. The refinement this time, other than the occasional buzzing sound, the entire process was extremely smooth, and there were no unexpected changes. Otherwise, if there were to be frequent accidents like last time when he was refining the foundation-breaking pill, Linny would really be scared out of his wits. If he failed in refining the foundation-breaking pill, then so be it. At most, he would just waste a few sets of ingredients. However, he did not have any heart-devouring exquisite grass to concoct the foundation-building pill this time. If he failed this time, he would really want to cry but have no tears. All the effort he had put in during the entire trial would be wasted. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. He opened the lid of the tripod. Linny quickly found the golden pill that he had been looking forward to. What was even rarer was that this golden pill actually had a circle of pill halo. Han Jingjing was worthy of being called an alchemy genius. After she modified this divine armament cauldron, she successfully refined it twice after coming to Heaven Stage Island. Moreover, every pill that came out of the furnace was of the highest grade with a pill halo. If this matter was spread out, it would really make other alchemists die of shame and anger. According to the usual practice, if there was no special event like the newcomer trial, Linny would go to the Jade Spirit Hall to report for mining, but these 2 days he could go or not. After all, 2 days later was the beginning of the month, and it was the first ranking competition of the entire Welcome Pavilion. In order to let every new disciple be ready, fully digest the trial results, And in order to play the best strength in the ranking competition, the Welcome Pavilion had a relevant agreement with the Jade Spirit Hall, allowing the new disciples to be absent temporarily. This was perfect for Lin Yi, who had just successfully refined the foundation-building pill. He needed time to digest this foundation-building pill. It was better to be early than late. No matter how good the pill was, it would only be effective after taking it. In addition, the foundation-building pill was not the kind of pill that had strong side effects, so Lin Yi did not need to worry too much. As long as he had time, he could take it as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi slowly put the freshly refined foundation-building pill into his mouth, and then calmed his mind and concentrated, mobilizing his whole body's true qi to begin digesting the foundation-building pill. The foundation-building pill was extremely bitter when it entered the mouth. Perhaps it was because of its main medicinal ingredient, the heart-devouring exquisite grass. After taking it, it gave birth to bursts of heart-wrenching pain. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would directly faint from the pain. And even for a master in the early stage of foundation establishment like Lin Yi, with his true qi protecting his whole body's tendons and meridians, the process was extremely long and painful. He could not help but curse in his heart. If this foundation-building pill was not personally refined by me, I'm afraid I would have treated it as poison and forced it out of my body. This medicinal effect is too fucking torturous. The heart-wrenching pain persisted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, causing Lin Yi to sweat profusely. Finally, it gradually weakened. And just when Lin Yi thought he could relax, his body suddenly shook. This kind of feeling was as if a true qi bomb had exploded in his body. Then, he felt an inexhaustible and majestic medicinal effect was instantly released, spreading to every part of his body. It was constantly transformed into extremely pure true qi, merging into every part of his tendons and meridians. Lin Yi originally thought that as a master in the early stage of foundation establishment, the true qi in his body was already very robust. But only now did he realize that he was really looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Because under the medicinal effect of the foundation-building pill, in the short span of a few breaths, the true qi in his body had already soared to more than double. Even now it was still rising. No wonder it could not be found in the market square. It was only at this moment that Lin Yi truly realized the value of the foundation-building pill. This pill was enough to match tens of years of bitter cultivation for an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment expert. Even if it was Lin Yi himself who had the jade pendant space, he was afraid that he would need at least several years of bitter cultivation in order to achieve this effect. In contrast, the foundation-building barrier-breaking pill, which was also a grade 4 medicinal pill, did not have this kind of terrifying effect of 10 years of cultivation. In the market square, one could buy a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill for 400 spirit jades. But the foundation-building pill was simply a priceless item, let alone 400 spirit jades. Even if one was willing to pay 10 times the amount of spirit jades, one still might not be able to buy it. After the true qi in his body soared for a moment, Lin Yi very quickly touched the barrier that his bitter senior martial brother had once mentioned to him. He could clearly feel that the medicinal effect of the foundation-building pill had not yet fully manifested. Chapter 3691. If he wanted to go a step further, there was only one way, and that was to change to a bigger bottle. Before changing to a bigger bottle, no matter how much medicinal effect there was, it would only be wasted. After a long time, the excess medicinal effect would disappear without a trace. Normally speaking, the foundation-building pill not only had the effect of an experience pill, but it also had the effect of a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill, which was enough to break that layer of barrier. But at this moment, Lin Yi was very clear that this foundation-building pill had already used up too much medicinal effect, and the remaining medicinal effect was not enough to break the barrier. If this continued, he was afraid that the excess medicinal effect would be completely wasted. Lin Yi's heart moved, and he immediately took out a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill that he had refined last time, and without saying anything further, he took out a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill. After a moment, the medicinal effect of the foundation-building barrier-breaking pill took effect. Compared to the previous heart-wrenching pain of the foundation-building barrier-breaking pill, its symptoms were much milder. Lin Yi did not feel anything, and directly felt its effect. It was unknown where it came from, but within Lin Yi's body, there was suddenly a huge force, incomparably tyrannical impact on each and every one of his tendons. Wherever the force passed, regardless of whether the tendons were big or small, they all visibly swelled up. At the same time, the barrier that he had touched before also began to slowly melt. I broke through the barrier just like that? This process was so smooth that even Linny himself found it hard to believe. But at this moment, the majestic true qi within his body continued to rapidly rise, clearly indicating that the barrier had indeed been broken by the foundation-building barrier-breaking pill. After breaking through the barrier, Linny could clearly feel it. Whether it was the degree of purity or the degree of strength, the true qi within his body had clearly soared compared to before. And at this time, the true qi within his body continued to rise. Although the intensity was not as fierce as at the beginning, the increase was still very obvious. This was clearly the residual effect of the foundation-building pill. This process continued for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before finally gradually calming down. And at this time, the true qi within Linyi's body compared to when he had just broken through the barrier had increased by a third. After feeling the transformation of his body, which was as if he had been reborn, only then did Linny let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had decisively swallowed a foundation-building barrier-breaking pill. Otherwise, the remaining medicinal effects of the foundation-building pill would have been completely wasted. If he had followed the normal pace of cultivation, the extra one-third of true qi in his body would have been equivalent to a year of bitter cultivation. At this time, the ghostly thing beside him suddenly said, "Not bad. You actually reached the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage in such a short time. You're pretty awesome. Senior, you flatter me." Although Linny was modest on the surface, he was very happy inwardly. After all, this damn thing used to be an elder of the Spirit Beast clan. A super powerful existence that could be ranked in the entire Heaven Stage Island. Even with Linyi's experience, he still praised it. This was extremely rare. Unexpectedly, the ghost said in disdain in the blink of an eye, "What's there to be happy about? You're so weak that you can't even stand a chance in the North Island. You don't even have the qualification to go to the island where we are. Why are you so smug?" After saying that, the ghostly thing fell silent, leaving Linny alone with a bitter smile. This was too much of a blow to him, however. He could understand the painstaking efforts of the ghost. Just as it said, although the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage was a lot stronger than the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, it was still a beginning stage in the Heaven Stage Island. There was really nothing to be proud of. There was still a long way to go in the future. However, as a newly advanced master at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, it might not be enough in other places, but at least in this small welcome pavilion it was more than enough. Because this meant that in terms of strength, Linny was already on par with senior stewards like Meng Jueguang. Even if there was any conflict in the future, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the other's strength. And according to Lin Yi's usual invincibility at the same level, if there was a chance, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Meng Jueguang. Of course, this didn't mean that his strength would break through to the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. In order to fully display his strength, not only did Lin Yi need time to consolidate his strength, but he also needed to further practice the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. Compared to before, even if Lin Yi used the 21st style of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm, it wouldn't exhaust all the qi in his body. In fact, with his current state, he could use the 21st style twice. And more importantly, he could finally go one step further and start to try to use the 22nd style of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. The 21st style of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm could kill a master at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. If it was the 22nd style, which was even more powerful, Lin Yi was completely confident that he could kill a master at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage in one move. After continuing to practice in the space of the jade pendant for a while, when Lin Yi walked out of the cave, the sky was dark again. However, this time he didn't take the initiative to go out. He felt that someone was touching the restriction of his cave. "It's you? What's the matter?" When Lin Yi saw Li Zhengming standing at the door, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Li Zhengming's expression was slightly conflicted. After stammering for a while, he seemed to have made up his mind and said, "Brother Lin Yi, I heard that the spiritual jades awarded to the first place in the trial are all of high quality. I wonder if I can exchange one with you? You want to exchange spiritual jades with me? Lin Yi finally understood Li Zhengming's intention. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Meng Jueguang and his gang really can't wait. The 10 pieces of spiritual jades have just been handed to me, and they're already in a hurry to send Li Zhengming to make the first move. That's right. Apart from assisting in daily practice, high-grade spiritual jades also have certain benefits for building one's foundation. So I want to keep a few pieces. In any case, Brother Lin Yi, you're already an early-stage foundation establishment expert. You shouldn't have any need for this, right? Li Zhengming stared closely at Lin Yi's expression. This time, his main purpose for coming here was naturally not to exchange spiritual jades. Exchanging spiritual jades was just an excuse that Meng Jueguang arranged for him to get close to Lin Yi. Otherwise, if Lin Yi hid in the cave all day and didn't come out, even if he wanted to test him, he wouldn't be able to find out where to start. Lin Yi's expression slightly changed. He pretended to be hesitant and said, "You're right. But even for early-stage foundation establishment experts, high-grade spiritual jades are still very hard to come by." Li Zhengming hurriedly said, "The price is negotiable. Like last time, 3 for 1 is also fine." Chapter 3692. Okay. Li Zhengming nodded his head. As he followed Lin Yi into the cave, he suddenly asked, "Brother Lin Yi, that foundation building pill of yours shouldn't be of use anymore, right? I wonder if you can sell it to me?" "Oh, you still want to buy foundation building pills?" Lin Yi stopped and turned his head to look at him. "Do you have that many spirit jades? The price of foundation building pills isn't low." Lin Yi's words weren't to deceive Li Zhengming. The price of foundation building pills was indeed not low. Although the market price wasn't as exaggerated as the foundation breaking pills 400 spirit jades, even the lowest price was over 100 spirit jades. Logically speaking, an ordinary newcomer like Li Zhengming wouldn't be able to afford it. Li Zhengming stared at every change in Lin Yi's expression, clenched his teeth and said, "I can think of a way. Don't tell me he wants to find Meng Jueguang to get a pile of scrap jades to deceive me?" Lin Yi secretly laughed, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. I've already given that foundation building pill to someone else." Given it to someone else? Li Zhengming was clearly stunned. Foundation building pills were such precious things, yet they were casually given away? Even if they couldn't use it themselves, they could still exchange it for a large amount of spirit jades in the market. How could this kind of thing be casually given away? Could it be that this guy's previous performance in the trial was really just a bluff? Could it be like what Meng Jueguang said, that he wasn't an early-stage foundation building expert at all? Using this kind of perfunctory excuse, he probably wanted to keep it for himself to use. Foundation building pills were only useful for heaven-stage great perfection experts. It was normal for Li Zhengming to have this kind of thought. Moreover, from the moment he saw Lin Yi, he had been observing Lin Yi's expression. All the signs combined together. He was already 80% sure that this Lin Yi hadn't reached foundation building yet. But he couldn't just leave like that. This was because Meng Jueguang's request was that he had to see Lin Yi fight with his own eyes no matter what. Otherwise, all other judgments based on appearances would be unreliable. "That's right, I gave it to someone else." Lin Yi didn't intend to go into detail. A man's wealth was his own ruin. If he said that it was for Qiao Hongkai, it might cause trouble for Qiao Hongkai. The more Lin Yi said this, the more certain Li Zhengming was. This guy definitely wanted to keep it for himself. Otherwise, why would he be so tight-lipped about it? "Okay, Brother Lin Yi, take out your spiritual jades and let's exchange," Li Zhengming urged. Lin Yi nodded and blocked Li Zhengming's line of sight. He turned around and took out a piece of spiritual jades from the space in the jade pendant, pretending to take it out from his pocket. However, just as he was about to turn around in exchange with Li Zhengming, an icy cold energy suddenly attacked him from behind. He had seen this icy cold energy during the trial. It was Li Zhengming's Skyfrost fist. So that's how it is. Lin Yi finally understood. It turned out that this guy didn't come to exchange spiritual jades with him. He was waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack him. Lin Yi's lips curled into a helpless smile. No wonder this damn thing purposely attacked him. It seemed that after today's breakthrough, he was indeed a little complacent. If it was any other time, How could he not have noticed Li Zhengming's scheme? While he was alert, Lin Yi also found it a little funny. This Li Zhengming was just a heaven stage great perfection expert, and he dared to sneak into the cave abode to attack him. Where did his courage and boldness come from? Not to mention that Lin Yi was now a real early-stage foundation establishment expert. Even before he broke through, Li Zhengming couldn't easily sneak attack him, let alone now. At this moment, Li Zhengming was only 2 steps away from Lin Yi, and Lin Yi's back was facing him. If it was between experts of the same level, this would indeed be a very fatal sneak attack. It was almost impossible to avoid. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was not a heaven stage great perfection expert of the same level as him, but a peak early stage foundation establishment expert who was 2 levels higher than him. Facing a peak early stage foundation establishment expert, even 100 more heaven stage great perfection experts couldn't sneak attack him. This was an absolute level suppression, and there was no possibility of a successful counterattack. Even Lin Yi couldn't fight so many levels higher than him. With a slight movement of his feet, before Li Zhengming's heavenly frost vital qi could touch Lin Yi, the person in front of him had already turned into an afterimage. In the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly appeared behind him and said in an unpredictable tone, "What do you mean by this?" Li Zhengming was shocked. Before he could react, he was already pinned to the wall by Lin Yi's foot, causing the cave abode to tremble. Lin Yi didn't use any martial arts in this kick. Under the huge level suppression, even if he relied on pure speed and strength, it was far enough to completely crush Li Zhengming. Li Zhengming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the unfathomable Lin Yi in front of him, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. How is this a fucking early stage foundation establishment expert? This aura is clearly at the same level as Meng Jueguang. This guy is really a peak early stage foundation establishment expert. When he thought about how he had sneak attacked a peak early stage foundation establishment expert, Li Zhengming felt dizzy. This was like a 3-year-old kid challenging a heavyweight boxing champion. Even if he wanted to die, this was not the way to do it. This time he was really killed by those bastards Meng Jueguang. Looking at Li Zhengming's horrified expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but think that he had miscalculated. His original intention was to hide his strength and pretend to be a heaven stage great completion. However, because he had just broken through, he still couldn't perfectly control every inch of strength. When he was sneak attacked just now, he instinctively revealed the strength of a peak early stage foundation establishment expert. Although he didn't use any powerful martial arts because he didn't want to kill anyone in his cave abode. With Li Zhengming's eyesight, even if it was just a simple punch and kick, it was enough for him to judge his strength. Looking at the trembling Li Zhengming, Lin Yi couldn't help but frown slightly. A thought flashed across his mind. Should I kill him to keep him quiet? While it would be troublesome to kill someone in his own cave, Li Zhengming was the one who ambushed him first. Even if Lin Yi killed him on the spot, no one would be able to say anything. According to the rules of the cultivation world, no matter what the reason was, breaking into someone else's cave abode was already an unforgivable crime. Even if it was exposed, the mastermind, Meng Jueguang, and the others could only suffer in silence. Chapter 3693. With the disparity in strength between them, once Lin Yi made up his mind to kill him, he would not even have the chance to escape from the cave and call for help. Damn it! How could he die here for no reason? Li Zhengming's eyes flickered, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. As a grassroots newcomer with no background, he quickly sought refuge with Meng Jueguang after joining the Welcome Pavilion. This was a choice he had no choice but to make. Although he was not optimistic about Meng Jueguang's character, at least in front of the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers, he was the thickest and most practical thigh to rely on. In order to achieve the goal he had been suppressing for a long time, he had to quickly increase his strength, and in order to do this, he needed a large amount of cultivation resources. As a Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomer, other than seeking refuge with Meng Jueguang, this powerful senior, he had no other choice. In fact, this was indeed the case. After decisively seeking refuge with Meng Jueguang, Li Zhengming had indeed tasted a lot of benefits. Whether it was the second cave at the foot of the mountain or the 7th mining area, they were all treatment that the other Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers envied. However, what shocked him, as well as all the Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples, was that every time they met Lin Yi, things would always develop in an unexpected direction. Or more accurately, it didn't make any sense. But now Li Zhengming finally understood the root of this unscientific situation. As a newcomer who had only entered the welcome pavilion for a month, Lin Yi was now an expert at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. He was already on equal footing with a senior like Meng Jueguang. If this thing could still be scientific, then it would be strange. There was no such thing as reaping without sowing in this world. Being a lackey had its benefits, but at the same time it also had its difficulties. Apart from Meng Tong, he was the first loyal follower of Meng Jueguang. Every time there was a crisis, Li Zhengming would naturally become the first choice of cannon fodder. This was something that could not be pushed away. Since they were going to be cannon fodder, they had to have the awareness of being cannon fodder. They might have been lucky to get away with it once or twice, but they couldn't be so lucky every time. Just like now, Li Zhengming clearly knew that he had kicked an iron plate. If he didn't make a decision soon, he might just die here. This time Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong, that bunch of idiots, had really tricked them to death. Lin Yi condescendingly looked down at the battered and exhausted Li Zhengming coldly and expressionlessly said, "Since you dared to launch a sneak attack on me, then you should be aware of it, right? I can see that you and Meng Jueguang are not the same kind of people, but it's a pity. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price." Hearing this, Li Zhengming's heart suddenly trembled because he could clearly feel that the other party's killing intent had become stronger. A thought in his mind made his hair stand on end. Lin Yi is serious, he really intends to kill me. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to make a move, Li Zhengming knelt down with a bang. He hurriedly said, "Boss Lin Yi, please spare me. I had no choice, it was Meng Jueguang and the rest who forced me to test you." Looking at this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. In his previous impression, Li Zhengming wasn't this kind of cowardly person. If it was Meng Tong who did this, it would be easier for him to accept it. After all, that guy was obviously someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. But this Li Zhengming, he didn't look like that. "I know they sent you to test me. As for whether or not I had no choice, this is not a reason for me to spare your life, do you understand?" Lin Yi looked at him calmly, his eyes still flashing with killing intent. "I understand. Boss Lin Yi, don't worry, I will definitely not leak a word about you." Li Zhengming hurriedly responded and nodded. The reason why Lin Yi wanted to kill him now was actually very simple: he knew too much. Not only did he know that Lin Yi had successfully built his foundation, but he also knew that Lin Yi was already at the peak of the early stage of foundation building. For Lin Yi, who wanted to keep a low profile, this was obviously a huge hidden danger. What's more, he, Li Zhengming, was Meng Jueguang's subordinate. Once this information fell into the hands of Meng Jueguang, not only would Lin Yi's plan to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger fail, but it would also cause a lot of unexpected trouble. After all, a grassroots newcomer who had entered the welcome pavilion for less than a month had jumped 2 levels to become a peak early stage of foundation building. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause an extraordinary sensation. At that time, the situation would definitely not be under Lin Yi's control. Lin Yi sneered and looked at him, his tone unpredictable. "You should have heard of this saying, only dead people will not reveal secrets." This. Li Zhengming's heart suddenly sank. What Lin Yi meant was that he really wanted to kill him to silence him. He saw that the killing intent on Lin Yi's body was getting stronger and stronger. Maybe he would attack the next moment. He was just a heaven stage full circle. In front of a peak early stage of foundation building like Lin Yi, it was impossible for him to have the slightest bit of power to fight back. Once Lin Yi attacked, there would only be one ending for him: death. "I'm not willing. I endured for more than 10 years, went through all kinds of hardships to enter the welcome pavilion, and finally found a little dawn of revenge. How could I die here for no reason, in the hands of a person who had nothing to do with me?" Bang bang bang. Li Zhengming suddenly kowtowed to Lin Yi 3 times. The kowtowing made his head bleed, and it was too horrible to look at. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. What was going on these 2 days? Why did everyone just kowtow to him? Xiao Hongkai was like this before. And now Li Zhengming was doing it again. "Boss Lin Yi, I know you don't believe me, but I still have things I have to do, so I really can't die here. No matter what, please believe me this time. I was forced to rely on Meng Jueguang previously. I really don't want to be an accomplice to a villain." Li Zhengming said sincerely with a head full of blood. Things you have to do? Lin Yi sized up Li Zhengming with his virtual eyes. His words sounded sincere, and it didn't sound like he was lying. And from the few times he had met Li Zhengming before, this guy was indeed a little strange. When he was sent to set him up, he even deliberately gave a lot of hints. This meant that at least in his heart, he didn't really want to set him up. He did this only because he had to rely on Meng Jueguang, and he had no choice. Chapter 3694. Li Zhengming knew that if he hesitated any longer, he would be killed in one move. Therefore, he could only reveal everything about himself before Lin Yi took action. That way he might still have a chance of survival. That's right. Boss Lin Yi, you're from the secular world, so you probably don't know much about the local affairs on Heaven Stage Island. I wonder if you've heard of the Choshui Villa massacre 16 years ago? Li Zhengming stared at Lin Yi's expression and asked. Lin Yi's expression changed slightly. You mean Choshui Villa in Choshui Town on the North Island? I've heard a little about it. When he was chatting with senior brother Kubai and the others, they often talked about the local customs and practices of Heaven Stage Island. One of the things that left the deepest impression on him was the massacre of the Choshui Villa that senior brother Kubai mentioned 2 days ago, while they were drinking. This incident happened 16 years ago. At that time, Choshui Town was still one of the few big towns on the island. Among them, Choshui Villa was the most powerful one. It was said that at its peak, even the higher-ups of the 3 major pavilions had to personally prepare lavish gifts for the old master of Choshui Villa to celebrate his birthday. At that time, looking at the entire Heaven Stage Island's North Island, apart from the 3 pavilions, Choshui Villa was undoubtedly one of the top families and forces in the North Island. However, such a colossus in the eyes of countless people had collapsed overnight at its most glorious time. There were more than 1,500 people in the Choshui manor. From the head of the family to the servants, all of them were killed. Not a single person was left alive. The luxurious manor that occupied hundreds of acres of land was also burned to the ground overnight. And this was the legendary Choshui Villa massacre case that caused a sensation. After the incident, the 3 major pavilions were shocked. In order to investigate the truth and arrest the real culprit, they did not hesitate to send out the top forces of the law enforcement hall. However, after several months of investigation, they found nothing in the end. The case was left unsettled. No one knew who the real culprit was, nor did they know why he had annihilated the entire Choshui manor in a single night. As time passed, people would often bring up this shocking tragedy as a topic of conversation, but that was all there was to it. Li Zhengming looked at Lin Yi with a burning gaze and said in a choked voice, My name isn't Li Zhengming, it's just an alias to deceive others. My real name is Qiu Jiming, and my father was the Choshui Manor's patriarch Qiu Zhengtang. He was the only survivor among the 1,541 people in the Choshui Manor. So the only reason I'm alive is to take revenge. Before that, I absolutely cannot die. Lin Yi was stunned. He really didn't expect that Li Zhengming was carrying such a deep blood feud. No wonder he felt an inexplicable sense of heaviness whenever he saw this person. He had thought that it was because he was scheming. Who would have thought that the source of all this was the resentment of 1,540 people? I understand. I deeply sympathize with your tragic experience, but that's all. Lin Yi nodded, but the murderous intent in his eyes didn't diminish. The reason was simple. No matter how deep the blood feud Li Zhengming was carrying, what did it have to do with Lin Yi? Was it because the other party had not taken revenge? Was that why he couldn't bear to let him go? Lin Yi, who had fought his way up from the secular world, had seen many sinister people's hearts. He wouldn't be so easily soft-hearted. In the world of cultivation where the strong preyed on the weak, when one's life was in the hands of others, it was obviously impossible to rely on sympathy to survive. At the very least, one had to show the value of living. This was an obvious truth that Lin Yi understood, and so did Li Zhengming. Boss Lin Yi, I'm not telling you this to gain sympathy. I'm just telling you the reason why I must live. Li Zhengming's expression became calm again. He paused and said, If you let me live today, I can serve you from now on. I'll go through fire and water for you without any second thoughts. I can even be your spy and monitor every move of Meng Jueguang's group. This is the biggest bargaining chip I can think of. If Boss Lin Yi still doesn't believe me, then I have nothing else to say. Spy for me? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows and pinched his chin. I can consider that. According to his plan, even though he was now at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, he still had to hide in the welcoming pavilion to cultivate and increase his strength for a period of time. His biggest problem in the welcoming pavilion was Meng Jueguang's group. Although with his current strength, Meng Jueguang's group would find it difficult to do anything to him. If they secretly thought of a bunch of dirty tricks, it would be more or less troublesome for Lin Yi. On the other hand, if he could plant a mole in this group of people, then everything would be different. Once any so-called dirty tricks were seen through in advance, the effects would definitely be greatly reduced. If it was used well, it might even achieve the opposite effect and gain benefits from it. Li Zhengming's suggestion just happened to scratch Lin Yi's itch. Looking at Meng Jueguang's group, a guy like Meng Tong obviously couldn't be bribed or controlled, and the other newcomers' positions were too marginal. Most of the time, they might not be able to see through Meng Jueguang's plans. In comparison, Li Zhengming was the most suitable candidate to be a spy. Seeing that Lin Yi was moved, Li Zhengming was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, "It's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Boss Lin Yi, although your strength is strong and you don't fear any of their challenges, what if Meng Jueguang plays dirty tricks on you? After all, as a senior steward, he has much more information than you and I. If you can't see through it in advance, you might be able to avoid it once or twice, but there will always be a time when you are careless, right?" Lin Yi glanced at him and said, "That's right, but why should I believe you? Since you can betray Meng Jueguang, you can turn around and betray me, right?" Li Zhengming had already expected that Lin Yi would have this concern, so he immediately took out a jade token and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "This is the identity token of my Choshui manor. My identity information is engraved on it. Other than the late jade carving master of Choshui Manor, no one else in the world can copy it. This is my biggest secret. Once this identity token is exposed, I will definitely die without a burial place." Lin Yi took the identity token and carefully observed it. It was made of high-quality spiritual jade. Not only was its exterior carved into the shape of a manor, but what was even more bizarre was that inside the spiritual jade, there were dozens of tiny words that were almost undetectable. They were a group of 8 birth characters, and the first row was carved with Li Zhengming's original name, Qiu Jiming. Chapter 3695. This identity card can at most prove that you are a survivor of Choshui Villa. Why would you die once it is exposed? Lin Yi asked doubtfully. Li Zhengming laughed bitterly. "Boss Lin Yi, you should know that this case alerted the entire law enforcement hall's strongest lineup back then, but it ended without a conclusion. With the law enforcement hall's ability, do you really think that they can't find the mastermind behind such a big case?" "Continue," Lin Yi said calmly. When he heard senior brother Kubai talk about it, he also had the same doubts. It was impossible for there to be no clues left behind to exterminate the entire Choshui Villa of 1,540 people. If the law enforcement hall really wanted to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult to find the real culprit. However, in the end, the investigation ended without a conclusion after a few months. This kind of ending was really thought-provoking. It's not that they couldn't investigate, but they didn't dare to. That's because the biggest mastermind behind the scenes is the top boss of the Elders Guild of the 3 Great Pavilions. Li Zhengming gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Yi. "Boss Lin Yi, you must be wondering why I chose a pseudonym with the surname Li, right? The reason is very simple. It's because the biggest mastermind behind the scenes is surnamed Li. I want to use this pseudonym to constantly remind myself that I carry the blood feud of 1,540 people on my back." Lin Yi finally understood. If that was the case, once Li Zhengming's identity card was exposed, he would really die a horrible death. That was because the big boss of the Elders Guild with the surname Li would definitely not allow a fish like Li Zhengming to escape the net and roam freely outside. In other words, if all of this was true, Li Zhengming handing over the identity card meant that his life was in the hands of Lin Yi. If he had any ulterior motives, Lin Yi could kill him at any time. Even if he had people like Meng Jueguang to protect him, it would be useless. "Okay, I believe you." Lin Yi finally nodded. If he still remained indifferent after Li Zhengming said this, it would be a little too much. Unless he didn't want Li Zhengming to be his mole from the start. But the reality was that he needed Li Zhengming to be his mole. Li Zhengming also showed enough sincerity. Now that things had developed to this point, the two of them naturally hit it off. Li Zhengming couldn't help but be overjoyed. But before he could feel the joy of surviving a disaster, Linny casually threw the identity card back to him. He couldn't help but shiver. "Boss Linny, what is the meaning of this?" Linny smiled, not minding it. "Since I already believe that you're loyal to me, I'm willing to help you. Since I already believe that you sincerely want to rely on me, then I don't need this kind of cumbersome thing. After all, if you really want to betray me in the future, then even if I have this identity card, it would be meaningless." This was the truth. Although this identity card was a fatal threat to Li Zhengming, if he really thought of a way, it was still possible to get rid of this identity card's restriction. But even so, this action of Lin Yi still made Li Zhengming feel flattered. He hurriedly expressed his loyalty. "Thank you for Boss Lin Yi's trust. I, Li Zhengming, swear to the heavens that no matter what happens in the future, I won't dare to have the slightest bit of disloyalty. If I violate this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Hehe. I don't believe in oaths. I only believe in my own strength. I'll say the ugly words first. In the future, if you have any disloyalty, I can easily take your life. When that time comes, no one can save you. Do you understand?" As he spoke, Lin Yi's imposing manner as a peak early-stage foundation establishment expert was completely released. The entire cave trembled slightly. Li Zhengming hurriedly prostrated on the ground. "I understand. Okay, you can get up." Lin Yi nodded lightly. "Yes." Li Zhengming immediately got up nimbly. Although his injuries weren't light, Lin Yi didn't use any martial arts when he beat him. At this time he couldn't even stand up. Lin Yi thought for a while and ordered, "When you go back later, report to Meng Jueguang that I'm now in the early stage of foundation establishment. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Zhengming was stunned. He thought about the key points in his mind and quickly understood Lin Yi's meaning. He nodded. "I understand." If he went back this time and reported to Meng Jueguang that Lin Yi was still in heaven stage great perfection and hadn't succeeded in foundation establishment, although this was the best way to hide his strength in the short term, it would be easy to expose flaws in the following ranking competition. Instead, it was better to reveal a little bit of Lin Yi's strength to Meng Jueguang in advance. This way, he wouldn't reveal Lin Yi's trump card. At the same time, he could also gain people's trust. Only then could he work as an inside man for a long time. "Then, Boss Lin Yi, I'll leave first." Li Zhengming glanced at Lin Yi. He had already been in the cave for a while. If he stayed here for too long, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. "Wait a minute." Lin Yi suddenly stopped him and handed over a piece of spiritual jade. "Didn't you say you wanted to exchange spiritual jades with me? After all, you came in with this excuse. If you go back empty-handed, Meng Jueguang and the others will still have to question you, right?" This. Li Zhengming couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, he stammered, "Boss Lin Yi, there's something I have to tell you. You must be mentally prepared. You must hold on later." Lin Yi saw his expression and already guessed what he was going to say. He couldn't help but laugh. "All right, just say it. That before, didn't a lot of people come to exchange spiritual jades with you? In fact, Meng Jueguang gave us a pile of waste jades and asked us to use them to cheat you of your good jades. In other words, you used a dozen good jades to exchange for a pile of worthless waste jades. You were cheated by Meng Jueguang." Li Zhengming said awkwardly. In fact, he had always been very puzzled about this matter. In his opinion, with Lin Yi's shrewdness, how could he not be able to distinguish good jades and waste jades? Moreover, he was cheated by these people using the same excuse again and again. Even when he deliberately exposed a few flaws, Lin Yi still didn't have the slightest reaction. Lin Yi chuckled and said, "I know. I knew this was a scam from the beginning." "Huh. Then why did you?" Li Zhengming was dumbfounded. How could there be someone who knew that it was a scam, but still cooperated and fell for it? Lin Yi smiled faintly. "I have a special use for collecting waste jades. In comparison, I don't rely much on good jades. So I'm happy to cooperate with you. I can't wait for you to give me more waste jades." Chapter 3696. Lin Yi smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't intend to explain in detail. After all, Li Zhengming hadn't been with them for long. It was better to keep this kind of thing a little mysterious. After exchanging 3 pieces of useless jade with Lin Yi for a piece of good jade, Li Zhengming turned around and left. Lin Yi's voice came from behind. If Meng Jueguang finds anything unusual, tell me in advance. It's okay even if you can't be a mole. I'll cover for you. I won't let you suffer any losses. Okay. Li Zhengming's heart warmed and he nodded heavily. The moment he stepped out of Lin Yi's cave, he suddenly felt that even though today's trip was extremely dangerous, it was very meaningful. It was even enough to change the course of his life. Although he had no choice but to rely on Lin Yi, it was also a kind of release for him, who had suffered under Meng Jueguang. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Boss Lin Yi was much more reliable than a wretched small fry like Meng Jueguang. From today onwards, I, Li Zhengming, am also on Lin Yi's side. Looking at Li Zhengming's back view as he left, Lin Yi pinched his chin thoughtfully. Even he didn't expect things to develop to this stage so suddenly. If Li Zhengming hadn't offered to be a mole, there might have been another corpse in the cave. Li Zhengming was forced to surrender. Although he took the initiative to reveal his biggest secret in order to give others a handle, he didn't go into details. For example, why Choshui Villa was destroyed and why he, the son of the important family leader, was able to escape. Also, why did he carry his identity token with him if it was a fatal weakness? If Lin Yi really wanted to dig deeper, he could probably dig out many secrets from Li Zhengming. It might even involve the big secret of Choshui Villa. After all, it was something that the elders would not hesitate to go to war for. Once the reason was dug out, it would definitely be a big deal. However, just like how Lin Yi didn't want to reveal his secrets to others, it was understandable that Li Zhengming didn't say anything about his family's secrets. In the end, Lin Yi didn't care how big of a secret Li Zhengming was hiding. As long as Li Zhengming didn't betray him and did his job as a mole, that was enough. If Li Zhengming really did betray him, it would be like what he said just now. With his strength, it would be easy for him to take Li Zhengming's life. He didn't need to hold anything against him at all. Lin Yi believed that Li Zhengming wouldn't betray him, at least not in a short period of time. It wasn't wishful thinking that he believed Li Zhengming's so-called loyalty. In the cultivation world that was full of deceit, as long as the temptation was big enough, anyone could throw away their principles at any time. Li Zhengming was no exception. The reason why Lin Yi was so sure was that he believed that Li Zhengming was rational and smart enough. Any smart guy would always be able to recognize the reality and know what was the best choice for him. After leaving Lin Yi's cave abode, Li Zhengming was immediately called away by the people who had been waiting there. However, he wasn't called to Meng Tong's cave abode number 15 at the foot of the mountain, but to Meng Jueguang's cave abode on the opposite mountain. As soon as he stepped into the cave abode, Li Zhengming couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the familiar faces inside. It wasn't just Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong who were waiting here. There were also Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang from Soaring Pavilion. What surprised him the most was that even Su Lingchong, young Master Su, was actually among them. Li Zhengming couldn't help but smile secretly. This lineup was simply the most obvious anti-Lin Yi alliance of Yingxin Pavilion. Seeing Li Zhengming coming in and seeing his bloody and embarrassing appearance, everyone waiting here was shocked. Wasn't it just to test Lin Yi's strength? It wasn't like he was going to fight to the death with Lin Yi. Was there a need to be so horrifying? Fuck. Lin Yi beat the shit out of you. Why are you so stupid? It's just a test. Do you have to fight to the death with him? Don't you know how to use your brain? Meng Tong cried out in surprise. He was gloating, but in his heart he was glad. If he hadn't been quick-witted and pushed the task to Li Zhengming, he would be the one in this miserable state now. I'm so fucking quick-witted. Li Zhengming rolled his eyes helplessly. If he didn't rely on Lin Yi, he would probably be pissed off by Meng Tong now. He actually chose this kind of trash as a teammate. Now that he thought about it, he must have been blind. Shut the fuck up. Meng Jueguang glared at Meng Tong. If he allowed this guy to continue making sarcastic remarks, it would probably chill Li Zhengming's heart. In the future, Li Zhengming wouldn't work so hard for him anymore. Turning his head, Meng Jueguang pretended to be gentle and said, "How is it? What is Lin Yi's strength now?" Li Zhengming was speechless again. If it was any other normal person, The first thing they would ask at this time would be whether his injury was serious or not. But this fucking Meng Jueguang didn't care about his life at all. He didn't even mention the promised reward of a piece of spiritual jade. At the end of the day, Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong were both cold-hearted people. Now that he thought about it, his decision to rely on Lin Yi was simply the wisest decision he made since he entered the welcome pavilion. After slightly adjusting his breathing, Li Zhengming replied, "Senior Meng, that Lin Yi has indeed succeeded in building his foundation. He is now an expert in the early stage of building his foundation. I am no match for him at all. If it wasn't for him being afraid of causing a scene that would get out of hand, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him in one move just now." "What? That guy has really succeeded in building his foundation? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" Meng Jueguang was shocked. Even Su Lingchong and the others found it hard to believe. Even if Lin Yi was really a cultivation genius, it was impossible for him to have a deep foundation in the secular world where the spiritual energy was thin. Moreover, he had only been in the welcome pavilion for less than a month. During this time, he didn't get many decent cultivation resources. Even his cave was the extremely rotten number 14 cave at the foot of the mountain. The only good jade he had on hand had already been swindled away by them with useless jade. How could he have succeeded in building his foundation in a month? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? If he remembered correctly, this had already broken the Welcome Pavilion's foundation building record for the past few hundred years. Chapter 3697. What's so strange about that? Wasn't I defeated by him in one move? If Lin Yi was really a foundation establishment early stage expert, trash like you should have been killed in one move. How could you come back alive? Meng Tong muttered in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, this matter was too embarrassing. How could he take the initiative to expose his own scars? But if that's the case, why didn't he be ruthless to you guys during the trial? And the aura that he usually exudes is obviously only at the heaven stage great circle? Meng Jueguang still had some doubts. Instinctively, he didn't want to believe that this was the truth. Li Zhengming was slightly surprised. Making these people believe that Lin Yi was now a foundation establishment early stage expert was the first order that Lin Yi gave him. As a spy who had just defected, this first mission definitely couldn't be messed up. Maybe he was just like Senior Meng guessed at that time, and he wasn't a foundation establishment early stage expert? Li Zhengming thought about it and said, "What do you mean?" Meng Jueguang and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Because when I tested him just now, I felt that although he was already a foundation establishment early stage expert, his aura wasn't stable. It looked like he had just broken through not long ago. So I guessed that he might have taken the trial reward foundation establishment pill, so he just broke through. Li Zhengming deliberately misled. Although Lin Yi said that he had already given the foundation establishment pill to someone else, Meng Jueguang and the others didn't know. This excuse sounded reasonable. "That's right. Your conjecture is logical." Meng Jueguang clapped his hands and said, "For a heaven stage great circle expert, although the foundation establishment pill can't guarantee a 100% success rate, it can greatly increase the success rate. In that case, this fellow Lin Yi really got lucky. After taking the foundation establishment pill, he accidentally succeeded in building his foundation." Hearing him say that, Su Lingchong and the others came to a realization. The foundation establishment pill was a very precious thing to any heaven stage great perfection expert. For the sake of stability, the vast majority of people would first save up foundation building pills even if they obtained them. They would do their best to raise their strength to the limit where they could not break through, and only then would they take them. Only then would they be able to maximize their chances of successfully building their foundation. However, there were also some courageous people who, after obtaining the foundation building pill, would impatiently consume it. Although their success rate would be far inferior to the first group of people, they would still have a certain chance of successfully reaching foundation building. From Meng Jueguang's perspective, Lin Yi was obviously the second kind of person who had gotten lucky. For everyone present, compared to Lin Yi, this guy relied on his own strength to build the foundation. Obviously, the latter speculation was more convincing. Did he really think that he could reach the foundation establishment stage by relying on his own strength? How could Lin Yi, a country bumpkin from the secular world, do something that even young Master Su like Su Lingchong couldn't do? Bullshit. But, no matter what, we can already confirm that Lin Yi is already an early-stage foundation building expert. Ninth cousin, then what should I do? The ranking competition is in another day. Meng Tong couldn't help but say anxiously. Although Lin Yi's success in building his foundation was not good news to Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang, it wasn't a direct threat. However, Meng Tong was different. Not only was he the biggest competitor among the Blue Cloud Pavilion newcomers with Lin Yi, he was also defeated by Lin Yi in one move on the first day. He still had an arranged match with Lin Yi in the ranking competition. Although he obtained second place in the trial and also held a foundation establishment pill in his hand, he didn't dare to rashly consume it. Otherwise, if he failed to break through to foundation building this time, not only would he waste the precious foundation establishment pill. Moreover, because of the side effects of the foundation establishment pill, it would also cause the difficulty of breaking through to foundation building the next time. If that happened, he, Meng Tong, might not have the chance to break through to foundation building in this lifetime. If that happened, he would really not be able to find a grave even if he cried. It's all your own fault for being useless. You clearly had a foundation establishment pill, but you didn't dare to eat it. Now that Lin Yi took the initiative. Meng Jueguang glared at him unhappily, but he also understood Meng Tong's concerns. After all, if he was in Meng Tong's position, he also wouldn't dare to easily consume it. But ninth cousin, didn't you also say that in my current state, the success rate of taking the foundation establishment pill is less than 30%? How could I dare to eat it? Meng Tong said with a sullen face. Adding the foundation establishment pill, the success rate was less than 30%. This really couldn't be blamed on him being timid. Otherwise, with his personality of being in the limelight, it would be strange if he didn't have the chance to break the Welcome Pavilion's foundation establishment record and even leave his name in the history books. But then again, even if there wasn't a special case like Lin Yi this year, the newcomers would still be able to break the Welcome Pavilion's foundation establishment record. The reason was simple. In the past, people like Zhang Liju didn't have such a ridiculous reward like the foundation establishment pill. Other than the cave and spirit jade, they could only rely on their own hard work. If they wanted to foundation establishment, they could only rely on their own talent and hard work. And in recent years, because of Zhang Liju's intentional care, the resources of the 3 pavilions on the North Island were more than doubled. And because of this, the reward like the foundation establishment pill fell into the hands of the newcomers. Otherwise, even if the newcomers had the chance to get the foundation establishment pill, they would have to wait until the last month. How could there be such a good treatment like the foundation establishment pill in the first month? At the end of the day, they were able to get the foundation establishment pill so quickly because of Zhang Liju, the previous foundation establishment record holder. However, in the past, when they didn't have the foundation establishment pill, they could only look at it and sigh. Now that they had the foundation establishment pill, they had to worry about when to use it. Meng Tong's words were exactly what Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang were worried about. Don't forget that they each had a foundation establishment pill in their hands, but because of the same concerns as Meng Tong, they didn't dare to use it. Originally, if everyone was only sky perfection, it wouldn't matter much if they saved up the foundation establishment pill. But now that there was a precedent like Lin Yi, the pressure was instantly on their heads. One had to know that the ranking competition was very different from the newcomers' test. This time, the newcomers of the 3 pavilions were going to do it together. If they were still sky perfection, and they had to face Lin Yi, who was at the early phase of foundation establishment, then the situation wouldn't be optimistic. Chapter 3698. For a moment the whole place was dead silent. Even a young master like Su Lingchong was helpless when faced with Lin Yi, who suddenly became a foundation establishment realm master. Kong Mingming hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, Master Su, I heard that there's a type of foundation establishment elixir that can greatly increase the success rate of foundation establishment? Su Lingchong looked at him and nodded. That's right. If you take the foundation establishment elixir in your current state, the success rate is only 30%. But if it's combined with the foundation establishment elixir, the success rate will be at least 70%. If it's a supreme grade foundation establishment elixir, the success rate can even reach 90%. However, this elixir has a short shelf life. Once it's made, it must be consumed within a day. That's why it's hard to find in the market. Most of the time you can't buy it even if you want to. You have to go through special channels. Kong Ming and the others looked at each other, their eyes burning with passion. A 30% success rate wasn't enough, but if it was above 70%, it would be much more reliable. Moreover, if it was a supreme-grade foundation establishment elixir, the success rate could reach 90%. Then, with Master Su's background and connections, it shouldn't be hard to get this elixir, right? Kong Ming said carefully, Master Su, you know that we have a huge grudge against Lin Yi. If we don't do anything these 2 days, we might embarrass you in the ranking competition when we face Lin Yi, who is at the early stage of foundation establishment realm. Su Lingchong thought for a moment and looked at the hopeful Kong Ming and the others. How about this? I'll make a trip to the alchemy hall tomorrow and ask them for some foundation establishment elixir with my name. Thank you, Master Su. Kong Ming was overjoyed. Zhong Pingliang and Meng Tong also thanked him profusely. Su Lingchong glanced at Meng Tong. Foundation establishment elixir wasn't a common item. Originally, he only wanted to give it to Kong Ming and Zhong Pingliang. After all, these two people were his direct subordinates, and Meng Tong was at most an outsider. How could he be qualified to receive the same treatment as Kong Ming? However, on second thought, his main purpose for appearing here today was to deal with Lin Yi, and Meng Tong could be considered as cannon fodder at the front line. If this guy's strength was too weak, he would be bullied by Lin Yi too much. Let's just treat it as letting him off easy this time. After all, it's just a small matter in passing. Li Zhengming watched all of this with the cold eyes of a bystander. In his heart, he thought that Meng Tong was really lucky this time. However, he was not envious of this kind of luck. His priority now was to keep a low profile. If he succeeded in building his foundation too early, it would be easy to attract attention. On the contrary, it was not a good thing. What's more, he came from a prestigious family. As long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to succeed in building his foundation with his own strength. Compared to these people in front of him who took the foundation establishment elixir and elixir, although it looked enviable, compared to the foundation establishment masters who relied on their own strength to break through, there was a natural gap in strength. It was not the best choice. However, if Su Lingchong really got them the foundation establishment elixir, then he had to inform Boss Lin Yi in advance. Otherwise, even if Boss Lin Yi was already a master at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment, he would suddenly encounter these 3 early-stage foundation establishment masters like Kong Ming. He was afraid that he would still be caught unprepared. What Li Zhengming didn't know was that even if he didn't inform Lin Yi would still be able to receive the news in advance. After all, other than him, Lin Yi still had Zhong Pingliang, the spy he had planted long ago. After being praised by Kong Ming and the others, Su Lingchong changed the topic. Actually, to this young master, it doesn't matter what the strength of that kid Lin Yi is. Even if he's a master at the early stage of foundation establishment, in this young master's eyes, he's still just an insignificant ant. However, in this trial I discovered a very bad sign. This kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth has already started to touch my bottom line. What sign? Meng Jueguang and the others all pricked up their ears. Su Lingchong glanced at them. Haven't you guys realized that since who knows when this kid has actually started to form a relationship with little junior sister Shangguan Laner? Meng Jueguang and Meng Tong heard this and immediately looked at each other. The two of them had the most say in this matter. For Lin Yi to be able to get to know Shangguan Laner, the two of them could be considered to have played a huge role. However, they didn't dare to tell this to Su Lingchong. What if this young Master Su took his anger out on them? It was wiser to pretend that they didn't know anything. Su Lingchong's face was gloomy as he continued. I don't need to say more about Shangguan Laner's identity. Although it's normal for a little princess of noble birth like her to be curious about a commoner like Lin Yi, and there's no lack of stories of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman falling in love with a poor man, I absolutely won't allow this kind of thing to happen to Shangguan Laner. She's mine. Other than me, no one else can touch her. This was the main reason why he brought people to look for Meng Jueguang today. Otherwise, if it was just to deal with Lin Yi, there was no need for him to show himself. He only needed to let someone pass a message to everyone present. Young Master Su's words are indeed very dangerous. Lin Yi is famous for being a womanizer when he was in the secular world. Take the 7 inheritors who were responsible for transporting us, for example. Every one of them is a great beauty, but every one of them is entangled with Lin Yi. Miss Shangguan is a little girl who doesn't know the ways of the world. Once this guy sets his eyes on her, she'll easily fall into his hands. At that time, if he really becomes the son-in-law of the Shangguan family, it'll be big trouble. Kong Mingming added oil to the fire. And with every sentence that Kong Mingming said, Su Lingchong's face became more gloomy. When he finished speaking, Su Lingchong's face was already as gloomy as water, and there was even a piercingly cold murderous intention. Before this, although Lin Yi openly went against him, he had always treated Lin Yi as an aunt and disdained him. But this time, the matter involved Shanghai Laner, who he had long determined to be his exclusive property, and the nature was completely different. So we must nip this in the bud. Su Lingchong gritted his teeth and said, we must find a way to make Laner hate Lin Yi. If we can't do this, then we can only take a risk and think of a way to kill Lin Yi. Everyone present shuddered at the same time. This time, young Master Su really had the intention to kill. Young Master Su, although it's easier to kill Lin Yi directly, it's too risky. It's better to think of other ways unless it's absolutely necessary. Zhong Pingliang hurriedly reminded. Chapter 3699. With Su Lingchong's power, if he really wanted to do this, even if Zhong Pingliang had confidence in Lin Yi, he couldn't guarantee that Lin Yi could escape. After all, it was easy for Su Lingchong to mobilize a few masters who were stronger than Lin Yi. Li Zhengming, who was standing silently on the side, looked at Zhong Pingliang with some surprise. His worries were the same as Zhong Pingliang's, but with his status, he was not qualified to speak in front of Su Lingchong. He didn't expect Zhong Pingliang to do it for him. At this time, Meng Jueguang also echoed, what Brother Zhong said makes sense. The three pavilions have always attached great importance to newcomers. If a newcomer is killed, it is likely to directly alarm the higher-ups of the law enforcement hall. No matter how clean our hands and feet are, I'm afraid there will be traces left, and we will get into trouble. Meng Jueguang's words were actually purely for his own consideration. After all, Su Lingchong said this in front of several people present. If he really wanted to assassinate Lin Yi, Meng Jueguang would definitely not be able to stay out of it. At that time, the law enforcement hall might not touch Su Lingchong, but he would definitely be thrown out as a scapegoat, and then he would die without a burial place. Don't worry, I won't do this unless I have no other choice. So, all of you, think carefully about how to make little sister Lana hate Lin Yi. Su Lingchong glanced at these people and said, although he had a strong background, assassinating a newcomer was not only a person's life, but also related to the image of the three pavilions in the north. If it really reached that point, even if his grandfather wanted to protect him, he was afraid that he would have to spend a lot of effort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Master Su, would not do such a stupid thing. Everyone frowned and thought hard for a while, and the most shrewd Meng Jueguang suddenly clapped and said, I got it. I thought of a good way. Speak quickly. Su Lingchong hurriedly urged. Shangguan Laner was the official wife candidate he had planned for a long time. Although he hadn't gotten her yet, how could he tolerate being in a relationship with such a shady person like Lin Yi? He must nip this in the bud as soon as possible. Young Master Su, you just said that a noble princess like Miss Shangguan would be interested in a commoner like Lin Yi. It's because she has never come into contact with such a person, so she's curious, right? Meng Jueguang deliberately kept her in suspense. Yes, go on. Su Lingchong nodded. As the saying goes, once a woman's curiosity is piqued, she will not be far from falling. Young Master Su, even a tall, rich, and handsome man like you could completely crush a poor man like Lin Yi. But a woman's curiosity was the key to the success of a poor man's counterattack. So, if we want to nip this danger in the bud, the key is to eliminate Miss Shangguan's curiosity. Meng Jueguang pretended to be profound. Su Lingchong said thoughtfully, that's a little interesting. Then how do you think we can eliminate her curiosity? We can't just throw her into the commoner world, right? There's no need to go to the commoner world. If we want to eliminate Miss Shangguan's curiosity, it's actually very simple. We just need to let her see the true ugly side of this poor man Lin Yi. Didn't junior brother Kong say that this guy was womanizing everywhere in the commoner world? We just need to let him expose his ugly side in front of Miss Shangguan. Then everything will be solved. Meng Jueguang said with a proud smile. I really didn't expect you to be so good at it, Elder Meng. What a talent. Su Lingchong couldn't help but think highly of Meng Jueguang when he heard this. In his eyes, Meng Jueguang was just a dispensable character. However, after listening to Meng Jueguang's words, he suddenly realized that Meng Jueguang was actually quite smart. After receiving Su Lingchong's praise, Meng Jueguang was instantly elated. He had racked his brains to think of ways to hold on to this thick thigh, and now he had finally received recognition. Then tell me, how should we make Lin Yi reveal his lecherous side in front of junior sister Lan? Su Lingchong continued to ask. Meng Jueguang smiled slyly and immediately told him the idea that he had been brewing in his mind like he was presenting a treasure. Su Lingchong listened. He couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. This is a brilliant plan. I'll leave this matter to you, Elder Meng. Your Blue Cloud Pavilion's Lu Bianren has already decided to get lost. After this matter is done, I'll inform the higher-ups and let you replace him as the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion. Thank you, young Master Su, for your appreciation. Meng Jueguang was immediately overjoyed. The third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion was a position that he had always dreamed of. The senior brother in charge was only at the bottom, but if he became the third pavilion master, he would be a real high-level figure in the Welcome Pavilion. However, I'll say the ugly words first. You can only do things quickly for me. That's why I'll inform the higher-ups on your behalf. Su Lingchong paused and reminded him, also with your qualifications, although it's not a big problem for you to take over the position of the third pavilion master, your strength at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm is too weak. You need to at least reach the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. If you can't reach this hard threshold, it'll be useless no matter how many people speak for you. Although Lu Bianren's matter is already a foregone conclusion, I'm afraid it'll still be a few months before he's actually kicked out. This period of time should be enough for you to break through. Young Master Su is right. I'll definitely do my best and definitely won't let young Master Su down. Meng Jueguang nodded repeatedly. Although the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion did not seem to have much authority and was of little importance, due to the fact that the three great pavilions had always attached great importance to newcomers, anyone who had experience in the Welcome Pavilion would naturally enter the vision of the higher-ups. As long as they did not make any major mistakes, their future development would definitely be boundless. In fact, among the current elders of the three great pavilions, more than half of them had the experience of being the pavilion master and deputy pavilion master. This position was equivalent to an important reserve for the future high-level figures of the three great pavilions. Therefore, the appointment and removal of the pavilion master and deputy pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion had always been extremely cautious. Not only did the elders of the three great pavilions have to unify their opinions, if there was a conflict of opinion, it would even be brought up to the Elders Association for a public discussion. In this process, the connections behind one's back were naturally very important, but at the very least there was a hard condition, and that was that one's strength must be above the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, one's strength couldn't surpass the new stewards under him. Even if one sat in the position of the third pavilion master, how could he convince the masses? After that, they chatted for a while and filled in the gaps, complimenting Meng Jueguang's so-called brilliant plan until it was flawless, and only then did they disperse. What they didn't know was that there were two insiders, Zhong Pingliang and Li Zhengming, here. No matter how brilliant the plan was, it was bound to be full of loopholes when used on Lin Yi. Chapter 3700. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the two reports. These people really had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. They wouldn't rest for even a second. If he hadn't planted these two spies in advance, he would have fallen into their trap. What made Lin Yi happy was that the contents of the two reports were basically the same. This proved that Li Zhengming was truly doing this for him, at least for now. If he'd just been trying to bluff his way through, it'd be fake news even if the reports came to him now. Who knew, Li Zhengming might have even set up a trap to lure Lin Yi into it. But now that he had the two intelligence reports, he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Pinliang and Li Zhengming, without knowing each other, became each other's witnesses, and in the future, they would continue to corroborate each other. Once either of them had ulterior motives, Lin Yi would be able to sense it immediately. This was also why he was willing to accept Li Zhengming. With this double insurance, he wasn't afraid of Li Zhengming's retaliation at all. When the next day was bright, the cave's restriction was suddenly touched by someone. Lin Yi answered and went out, but he didn't see anyone. He only found a beautifully made letter on the stone slab at the door. The corner of Lin Yi's lips curled into a playful smile. This was exactly as the intel had said, and needless to say, this letter had to be Meng Jueguang's handwriting. Lin Yi knew that Meng Jueguang and the others were definitely watching from afar, so he immediately picked up the letter and turned around to return to his cave. He opened the letter. There were only a few sentences on it. The words were written in beautiful handwriting. If he hadn't known that this was Meng Jueguang's plan, he might have believed that it was a girl's handwriting. Little brother Lin Yi, from the first time I saw you, I couldn't get your figure out of my mind. I want to see you. I have something to say to you. Afternoon, Little Forest. See you there, Shangguan Laner. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. There was a note on the back of the letter. My grandfather is very strict about the relationship between men and women. Destroy it immediately after seeing it. This group of people is quite thoughtful. Lin Yi could not help but laugh speechlessly. He believed that at this very moment, a similar letter should have been sent to the hands of Laner in Shangguan Laner, but the content was different. It should have been sent in his name, Lin Yi. Using the excuse that he missed the little curly bear, he invited the little curly bear to meet up in the small forest in the afternoon, and on the back of the letter there should be a similar note. Once it was done, there would be no evidence. Meng Jueguang's plan was actually very simple. It was to use Lin Yi's name to deceive Shangguan Laner to go to the little forest. At the same time, he would use Shangguan Laner's name to express his love to Lin Yi, create a misunderstanding, and let Lin Yi fall into the trap. In his eyes, although Lin Yi looked smart and strong at first glance, but in fact he was only SOSO, especially when it came to the relationship between men and women. Normal people's IQ would drop. Suddenly receiving such a confession letter, and the other party was a little princess with a strong background like Shangguan Laner. If it was anyone else, they would be overjoyed and want to immediately fly to the little forest for a date. They would not pay attention to whether this letter was real or fake. Lin Yi, who was a lecherous person in Kong Mingming's mouth, would not be an exception. And once Lin Yi really went to the little forest with such a happy heart, and when he saw Shangguan Laner in the little forest, if he said something inappropriate, he might even take a step further. If they were to take things a step further, things would get out of hand. With the temper of Shangguan Laner, she would definitely break up with Lin Yi when she was angry. It might even alarm her grandfather, Shanghai Tianhua. At that time, even if Lin Yi did not die, he would at least be peeled off a few layers of his skin. So, although this plan seemed simple and childish, it was tailor-made for a lecherous person like Lin Yi. It was absolutely fatal. And the dangerous part was, once this plan succeeded, no matter how strong Lin Yi's strength was, it would be useless because Shangguan Laner did not care about his strength at all. If she was really annoyed, not to mention that Lin Yi was just a master in the early stage of foundation establishment, even if he was at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, it would be useless. At that time, he would still die without a burial place. However, although this plan was tailor-made for Lin Yi, and Meng Jueguang and others had full confidence that Lin Yi would definitely take the bait, if they wanted to succeed, there were still two key points. One was that the letter could not leave any evidence. Otherwise, even if Lin Yi really took the bait and threw the letter out after the accident, it would more or less be a hidden danger. Therefore, Meng Jueguang thought of a way to deliberately leave a note on the back. The other key point was how to trick Shangguan Laner into the grove. One must know that Shangguan Laner was not a lecherous person like Lin Yi, who would easily take the bait. She was the little princess of the entire 3 pavilions, the dream goddess of countless young men. Among her suitors there were at least 8 young masters like Su Lingchong, if not a dozen. If they confessed their love to her in the name of Lin Yi, not to mention tricking Shangguan Laner, she wouldn't even look at them. Taking 10,000 steps back, the Shangguan family had always been extremely strict. Even if she was really interested in Lin Yi, it was absolutely impossible for her to rashly come out and have a date with Lin Yi in the grove. This was originally a difficult problem that made people feel helpless, but Meng Jueguang suddenly had a bright idea. He bypassed Shangguan Laner herself and started with the little curly bear. This matter became much easier. The little curly bear really liked Lin Yi. This was something that Meng Jueguang and the rest had witnessed with their own eyes. Moreover, Shanghai Laner indulged the little curly bear very much. This was something that the entire 3 pavilions knew. If the letter they wrote fell into the hands of Shanghai Laner, it was equivalent to falling into the hands of the little curly bear. With the little curly bear's closeness to Lin Yi, once it heard that Lin Yi wanted to find it to play in the grove, it wouldn't be able to stop it. At that time, even if Shanghai Laner didn't want to go to the grove, it wouldn't be able to. This Meng Jueguang, if he didn't use these crooked methods all day long, he could still be considered a talent. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Meng Jueguang was a person with decent strength. He was also tactful and quick-witted. He also had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. If he used his mind on the right path, he would be able to become a pillar of Blue Cloud Pavilion in the future. Unfortunately, this guy never thought of walking the right path. Chapter 3701. Grove. Although a very general and vague name in the 3 major pavilions, it referred to a fixed grove, located between the Welcoming Pavilion and the Spirit Jade Hall. Grass, trees, water, and stones were all available, and the scenery could be said to be fresh and elegant, and it had been specially repaired. It was a good place to go. Stepping on the gravel road in a circle around the grove, Lin Yi finally saw Shanghai Laner and the little curly bear, the master and pet, in a pavilion. Woo woo. Seeing Lin Yi appear, the little curly bear immediately pounced over. As the owner, Shanghai Laner could not hold it back, and could only stand at the side sulking. Watching Lin Yi and the little curly bear play for a while, Shanghai Laner pouted and asked, "Hey, what magic did you use on Little White, making it so small?" This question was what she wanted to ask the last time in the back mountain hall, but because Lin Yi and Meng Tong were fighting for first place, she was interrupted. "Hehe, you should ask this little guy this question, Mississippi." Lin Yi smiled faintly. "You think I didn't ask it? This guy only knows how to live off me while secretly helping others. After being bewitched a little, it doesn't know what's going on. I've spoiled it for so many years, in the end it's not as close as you, an outsider." Shanghai Laner glared at the little curly bear and said angrily, because there were very few female disciples in the 3 major pavilions, the little curly bear was not only her pet, but also her closest playmate since childhood. In the end, Lin Yi, who the little curly bear was closer to, suddenly appeared. This feeling was like being interfered with by a third party, not to mention how depressing it was. Woo 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 woo. The little curly bear rode on Lin Yi's shoulder and barked at Shanghai Laner. "You said that the smell on Lin Yi is very good, so you like to climb on him?" Shangguan Laner rolled her eyes speechlessly. "How dare you say that you're not a traitor? Is the smell of a grown man better than mine?" Whoa! Little curly bear seemed to be arguing with something. "Really?" Shangguan Laner looked at Lin Yi from head to toe in disbelief. When Lin Yi was confused, she suddenly blinked her eyes and carefully sniffed Lin Yi's body. She whispered, "This smell is really good. I've never smelled it before." Lin Yi was speechless when he heard this. At this moment, this little girl's face was less than a centimeter away from his neck. If he moved even a little, he was afraid that she would directly kiss his neck. Could it be that the women on the heavenly island were all so open-minded? Was it really okay for them to be so close to a stranger that they had only met twice? He felt Shangguan Laner's breath on his neck. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel restless. He barely managed to maintain his figure, but at this time, little curly bear on his shoulder suddenly swayed. Lin Yi subconsciously wanted to catch it, and then a tragedy happened. Both of them suddenly froze. After being stunned for a long time, Shangguan Laner suddenly screamed. She instantly retreated 2 feet away with a blushing face. She pointed at Lin Yi and stammered, Why did you move for no reason?" Lin Yi spread his hands innocently. "It wasn't me who moved just now. It was this little guy who moved." "Ha!" Shangguan Laner immediately saw little curly bear making a face at her. She suddenly felt helpless. It turned out that this little guy was playing tricks. You are not allowed to say anything about this. Otherwise, I will ask my grandpa to lock you up, pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and throw you into the cauldron to refine pills. Do you understand?" Shangguan Laner was stunned for a moment. She immediately changed her expression and stared fiercely at Lin Yi. This was the first time she had skin contact with a boy since she was young. Moreover, she was the one who took the initiative to kiss Lin Yi. If others knew about this, she would really die of embarrassment. Yes. I will pretend that nothing happened. Lin Yi was very cooperative and nodded repeatedly. His thoughts. But he thought of Chu Mingyao. When he saw Shanghai Laner, he couldn't help but think of that Mississippi, thinking back to the first day he went to Songshan. He also inexplicably had an indirect kiss. But at that time, Miss Chu's reaction was completely different from this Miss Shangguan. Mingyao vomited to death, but Shanghai Laner even threatened him not to say anything. This made Lin Yi couldn't help but be in a trance. Yes. It's like nothing happened. Shanghai Laner quickly responded. She immediately turned her head and glared at the little curly bear. She bared her teeth and said, "I'll deal with you when we get back." The little curly bear, on the other hand, was riding on Lin Yi's head to entertain himself. He didn't pay attention to her at all. Instead, it made Shanghai Laner unbearably angry. Although this miss was a bit tsundere, her temperament was not bad. She didn't lose her innocence and cuteness. Lin Yi looked at the scene of the master and pet quarreling and couldn't help but smile. If Shanghai Laner was really that kind of pampered miss who couldn't bear the slightest grievance, then it would be big trouble just now. If she determined that it was molestation, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was exactly what Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang wanted. In order to avoid the awkwardness, Lin Yi could only continue the previous topic and said, "Miss, actually, the reason why the little guy is so close to me is probably related to the first time I saw him, when I healed him." "You healed Little White?" Shanghai Laner was suddenly shocked, but her focus was not on why Lin Yi could heal the spiritual pet, but she hurriedly asked, "Has Little White been injured before?" "Yes, when I first saw him, he did suffer a serious injury. I didn't think much about it and healed him. That's why he is so attached to me." Lin Yi nodded and said. The little curly bear whimpered in cooperation on his neck, confirming his theory. Shanghai Laner hurriedly hugged the little curly bear and checked it up and down. After finding that there were no sequelae, she was relieved and said, "Then why didn't you say it earlier? Tell me quickly which bastard hurt Little White." When she was in the back mountain hall a few days ago, she actually thought about all kinds of strange things when she was looking for the little curly bear. However, because the little curly bear was also confused about the situation that day, it couldn't tell the reason at all, so she could only give up and not delve into it. "I don't know about this." Lin Yi shook his head and said. Chapter 3702. Instead of alerting the enemy by saying it now, it was better to bury a question mark in this Missy's heart first, and then burst it out at the critical moment. This way it would have a miraculous effect. Shanghai Laner couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Even Lin Yi and the little curly bear couldn't figure out who the real murderer was. Even if she wanted to stand up for the little curly bear, she didn't know who to vent her anger on. Looking at Lin Yi, Shanghai Laner suddenly raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Seeing that you have saved Little White before, I have decided to recognize you as my junior brother. Don't call me Missy in the future. Call me Little Senior Sister, do you understand?" "Huh? Little Senior Sister?" Lin Yi was dumbfounded and looked at Shanghai Laner with a strange expression. "Of course I entered the sect earlier than you. According to the rules, shouldn't you call me Little Senior Sister?" Shanghai Laner pretended to glare at him fiercely, and then said with a proud face, "Come, little junior brother Lin Yi, call me Little Senior Sister." Damn! This chick really came up with something when she wanted to. Lin Yi was speechless for a while, but Shanghai Laner's logic was not bad, so he could only bite the bullet and said, Little Senior Sister." Shanghai Laner immediately smiled and pretended to be solemn and mature. "That's a good boy. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to me, okay? Little Senior Sister will stand up for you." Lin Yi could only roll his eyes. If a man like him really fell to the point of relying on this chick to protect him, then he really lived for so many years in vain. But it was not good to refute on the surface, so he could only nod his head honestly. But strictly speaking, this Little Senior Sister's background was a mess, and her backing was much stronger than Su Lingchong's. It was really a rare thick thigh, and he might really be able to use it in the future. With the little curly bear as a natural bond, the two of them chatted and laughed for a while, and their relationship became much closer. After all, Shangguan Laner's identity was special, and she had almost no real friends except for the little curly bear. The others either kept a respectful distance from her, or they had ulterior motives like Su Lingchong and the others. It was utterly impossible for any true friendship to exist between them. But today she found the feeling of a friend in Lin Yi. There was no special intention, no flattery, just a comfortable conversation. Being free and unrestrained, this feeling was really not bad. Naturally, Shanghai Laner's favorable impression of Lin Yi began to soar. As for the initial hostility, it had long disappeared. Lin Yi snickered in his heart. If Meng Jueguang and his gang knew about this situation, they would definitely be killed. Not only did they fail to sow discord, but it also brought the relationship between the two of them closer. This was simply going for wool and coming home shorn. Seeing that the sky was getting dark before they parted, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Little senior sister, I have a request." "Say it." "Little senior sister, I will definitely help you." Shanghai Laner waved her hand heroically. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, "In the future, in front of others, can little senior sister deliberately pretend to hate me?" "Why?" Shanghai Laner was stunned. If it was someone else, they would be too late to be close to her. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Let me keep you in suspense first. When the time comes, I will tell you the whole story." Shanghai Laner was after all a little girl. Seeing Lin Yi's mysterious look, she immediately became interested. "All right. Little junior brother is busy. As your little senior sister, I will definitely help you." "Thank you, little senior sister." Lin Yi did this naturally to numb Su Lingchong and the others. Otherwise, if this group of people didn't see any results, they would inevitably come up with all kinds of crooked ideas to find trouble with him again and again. Then it would not be peaceful. He still wanted to stop for a period of time and cultivate properly. The key point was that in the information given by Zhong Pingliang and Li Zhengming, they both mentioned that Shanghai Laner was Su Lingchong's reverse scale. If he was forced into a corner, it was very likely that he would take the risk and directly send people to assassinate him. That would really be troublesome. Although Lin Yi was now an expert at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment and could crush all the newcomers in the welcome pavilion, it was still not enough outside. But it was still not enough outside. What if the opponent sent an expert in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm or even stronger? At that time, no matter how careful Lin Yi was, he might die a violent death if he was not careful. "Then I'll be leaving first." Shanghai Laner forcefully pulled the little curly bear from Lin Yi's shoulder and left after saying goodbye. Looking at her excited footsteps, she seemed to be in a good mood. But perhaps because she suddenly remembered Lin Yi's request, when she walked out of the small forest, Shanghai Laner suddenly stopped in her tracks and pretended to leave angrily. Her acting was quite decent. This little senior sister was quite pure and cute. Lin Yi looked at the girl's back and couldn't help but smile. However, although he successfully got closer to Shanghai Laner, Lin Yi didn't have the intention to use her to climb up. After all, the main reason he came to Sky Class Island was to find Zhang Liju and heal his 7 inheritor girlfriends, as well as Yuxiaoka and Armadillo. As for relationships like this, he didn't really care about it anymore. Plus, with Lin Yi's personality, he wouldn't even think of using a girl's feelings to climb up the social ladder to achieve his goals. He definitely wouldn't do such a despicable thing. The news of Shanghai Laner and Lin Yi leaving on bad terms quickly reached Su Lingchong and Meng Jueguang's ears. Su Lingchong was overjoyed, and Meng Jueguang was even more overjoyed. Obviously, their plan had succeeded. Although this plan was specially made for a pervert like Lin Yi, and Meng Jueguang was 90% sure that Lin Yi would fall for it, but now that it actually succeeded, he was still overjoyed. Don't forget that Su Lingchong had promised him beforehand that as long as this matter was done beautifully, Su Lingchong would step forward and greet the higher-ups on his behalf so that he could replace Lu Bianren's position in the future and become the new 3rd Pavilion Master of the Welcome Pavilion. With Su Lingchong's deep background, as long as he could persuade his grandfather, Su Yuanjing, and let Su Yuanjing, a big shot in the Elders Association, say a few words, then no one would be able to compete with him, Meng Jueguang, for the position of 3rd Pavilion Master of the Welcoming Pavilion. As for Meng Jueguang, the only thing he had to do now was to think of a way to raise his strength to the middle phase of foundation building before Lu Bianren left, and this wasn't a difficult thing for him. Chapter 3703. As long as he had the foundation breaking pill, Meng Jueguang believed that breaking through to the middle stage of the foundation breaking stage would be a matter of course. There would not be any obstacles. At that time, he would be able to take over the position of the third pavilion master of the Welcome Pavilion. Not mentioning how smug Meng Jueguang was, after Lin Yi returned to his cave, he entered the space within the jade pendant to cultivate and stabilize his strength. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, all the newcomers gathered in the main hall. Their faces were filled with excitement and nervousness that could not be concealed. This was because from today onwards, after a month of adaptation, they would officially enter the stage. From today onwards, there would only be one theme left in the Welcome Pavilion, and that was competition. According to the rules that had been the same for the past few years, from the second month onwards, the newcomers from the 3 pavilions would begin a cruel and intense ranking competition. Every newcomer around them would become each other's competitors. They would either step on each other or be stepped on by each other. Other than that, there was no third possibility. If you were strong enough, then even if you were the most inconspicuous newcomer from the Blue Cloud Pavilion, you could still challenge the number 1 seated disciple from the Soaring Sky Pavilion and step on him. Then, you could take all the best cultivation resources for yourself. On the other hand, if your strength was too weak, then even if you were a disciple from the Soaring Sky Pavilion with a strong background, you would only be a stepping stone for others. In the following days in the Welcome Pavilion, you could only endure the worst cultivation resources. From then on, you would never be able to rise again. At the end of the day, the cultivation world had always followed the law of the jungle. Even the relatively gentle Welcome Pavilion would only follow the law of the jungle. There were no exceptions. The only consideration was that there would be some restrictions when competing with each other so that no lives would be lost. That was all. Regarding this, after a month of adaptation, all the newcomers were already mentally prepared. Whether it was the strong or the weak, they already knew what they would face. However, when the pavilion master, Hu Yunfeng, went on stage and said his first sentence, the entire audience was in an uproar. In response to the elder's call to comprehensively improve the strength of the newcomers, from this year onwards, the Welcome Pavilion will cancel the ranking competition system. Replacing it will be a more comprehensive and fair newcomer assessment. All newcomers, please prepare yourselves. The specific assessment rules can be found on the announcement board. What? Abolish the ranking system? There was an uproar among the rookies. Many of them had been preparing for the ranking competition for the past month. Some of them had even thought of which opponents they would challenge. As for those like Meng Tong and Lin Yi who had a grudge against each other, they had already announced that they would avenge themselves in the qualifier. Who would have thought that the ranking competition, which had been the traditional mechanism of the Welcome Pavilion for the past few decades, would be cancelled? And when Hu Yunfeng ordered someone to post up the rules of the announcement that had been written long ago, there was a flurry of discussion among the rookies. Lin Yi and the others squeezed forward and glanced at it. This newcomer assessment had a total of 6 segments. The assessment involved pressure, defense, spirit herbs, spirit beasts, actual combat, and many other aspects. The assessment would last for 5 months. Points would be assessed at every stage of the assessment, and the final ranking would be based on the accumulated points. Indeed, as Hu Yunfeng had said, this newcomer assessment was much more comprehensive than the previous simple and crude ranking competition. However, there was a very important point that quickly attracted the attention of Lin Yi and the others. This newcomer assessment. The newcomers from the 3 pavilions were actually ranked separately. The top 3 of each pavilion would receive a Foundation Establishment Pill or Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill, and the 4th to 10th place would receive 3 Spirit Jades. After the 10th place there was nothing. This reward rule, other than the reallocation of cave dwellings according to the ranking, and the top 3 being able to choose the medicinal pill, was almost the same as the newcomer assessment in the back mountain 2 days ago. Logically speaking, just like the previous newcomer assessment, this kind of rule was a good thing for the naturally weak Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies. After all, they were generally weak. If they were to compete with the Rushing Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion rookies, they could forget about obtaining a Foundation Establishment Pill or Foundation Establishment Barrier Breaking Pill. But don't forget, this newcomer assessment had a crucial difference compared to the newcomer assessment in the back mountain. Its ranking would directly affect the allocation of cave dwellings. According to the rules of the previous years, even if it was a new disciple from the Clear Cloud Pavilion, as long as they were strong enough, they would be able to obtain the best cultivation resources, including the cave dwelling. And for someone like Lin Yi who was strong enough, he could even obtain the cave dwelling at the peak of the mountain. However, if it was changed to this newcomer assessment, although it might be a blessing for the weak, it was equivalent to naturally erasing the chance of them surpassing the Rushing Sky Pavilion and Mysterious Pavilion rookies. In other words, for a Blue Cloud Pavilion rookie like Lin Yi, no matter how strong he was, he could no longer hope for the first cave dwelling on the mountain top. Even if he could easily crush his opponent, it would be useless. The first cave dwelling on the mountain top should belong to Rushing Sky Pavilion, and it would forever belong to Rushing Sky Pavilion. The newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion should never think of touching it. In the previous ranking competition, the newcomers of the three pavilions were all at the same starting line. What kind of cultivation resources they could obtain, it was entirely up to their own strength to fight for it. It was basically considered fair. However, this time's newcomer assessment, although there were a lot of tricks and it looked more scientific, in fact, it was naturally biased towards the newcomers of Rushing Sky Pavilion. This was the so-called fairer newcomer assessment. Lin Yi couldn't help but sneer. Although he had no interest in the first cave dwelling on the mountain top, at this moment, his heart still gave birth to a sense of annoyance. This assessment is clearly biased towards the newcomers of Rushing Sky Pavilion. Even if their strength is bad, they can still sit back and enjoy the best cave dwelling without any worries. Pavilion Master Hu, do you still have the face to claim that this is fair? Xiao Hongkai suddenly shouted. He was a straightforward person who hated evil. On the first day he came to the Welcome Pavilion, he dared to question the injustice. At this time, naturally, he would not shrink back. And his doubt not only resonated with some of the newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion, but even these old men of Mysterious Pavilion also responded. Among them, Dongfang Badeo and a few others were the most indignant. The reason was very simple. Compared with the newcomers of Blue Cloud Pavilion who were naturally weak, these old men of Mysterious Pavilion were generally tyrannical. If they could challenge across pavilions, they had enough confidence to pull down these second-generation cultivators of Rushing Sky Pavilion. Chapter 3704. Looking at the agitated newcomers from Mysterious Pavilion and Blue Cloud Pavilion, Hu Yunfeng did not seem worried at all. Instead, he said calmly, the newcomer assessment rules were approved by the Elders Guild. If you have any objections, you can protest to the Elders Guild. I won't stop you. That one sentence caused all the newcomers to choke speechless. The Elders Guild was the existence that stood at the peak of the entire North Island. A group of newcomers who had not even reached the foundation establishment stage dared to protest to the Elders Guild? Even if they wanted to die, this was not the way to do it. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. With the backing of the Elders Guild, Hu Yunfeng had nothing to fear. It could be seen that the three major pavilions were gradually being controlled by Soaring Sky Pavilion. This was indeed true. Otherwise, the assessment rules that obviously favored the newcomers from Soaring Sky Pavilion would not have been approved by the Elders Guild. After a short pause, seeing that the new disciples were silent, Hu Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction and continued, but in order to avoid any resentment in your hearts, saying that the rules are deliberately biased towards the Soaring Sky Pavilion's new disciples, after this year's new disciple assessment, the Profound Secrets Pavilion and Clear Cloud Pavilion's new disciples will have one last chance to challenge each other. As long as you win, you will be able to obtain the other's cultivation dwelling. This way you should have nothing to say, right? The newcomers looked at each other, then nodded and gave up. However, there was still something fishy about this. For example, the newcomer assessment lasted for 5 months. In addition to the month that had already passed, by the time the assessment ended, the Soaring Sky Pavilion's newcomers would have occupied the best cave abode for half a year. This half a year was enough for them to leave the newcomers from the other two pavilions behind. However, having a chance to challenge was better than nothing. At least they could hope for the next half of the year. Otherwise, they would not even have a chance for the next half of the year. Looking at the newcomers who had given up, Lin Yi could not help but sigh secretly. Hit with a stick and then give a date to eat. The thorny situation that was originally difficult to appease was so easily resolved. This pavilion leader Hu Yunfeng's methods could be said to be shrewd and ruthless. Hu Yunfeng had long expected this scene. He paused for a moment and said, before the official start of this newcomer assessment, this pavilion master has something else to announce. Due to the many segments of the newcomer assessment, in addition to the 2 stewards of each of the 3 pavilions, there was a need for an additional newcomer deacon to be responsible for the calculation and announcement of the points. Of course, this task required a lot of effort and was considered a free service for everyone, so it would definitely affect the person's assessment results. Therefore, in addition to the new deacon's monthly salary, we will also give this newcomer 50 assessment points as compensation. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience immediately started discussing spiritedly. The matter of the new deacon had already been voted by the public at the beginning of last month. In the end, although Kong Mingming's votes far surpassed Zhang Lixing of the mysterious pavilion under Su Lingchong's care, it didn't exceed 2/3 of the votes. It could only be left empty for now. However, even though they were both new deacons, their previous responsibilities were only in charge of the distribution of low-level missions, and the rewards weren't that great. However, this time, the new deacon in charge of calculating the points would receive 50 assessment points as compensation in addition to their regular salary. This made all the rookies present envious. One had to know that in the 6 segments of the assessment, one could at most get 50 to 60 points in each segment. There were even a few segments where the first place could not even reach the height of 50 points. In other words, being the new deacon was equivalent to having an additional assessment segment, and this segment would naturally give him full marks. As long as there were no major problems in the 6 assessments, this was the rhythm of a guaranteed first place. All the rookies were burning with passion. They were hoping that this pie that fell from the sky would hit them, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this candidate had long been decided internally. As expected, Hu Yunfeng immediately said, "This position will be taken up by Kong Mingming." He was the one who obtained the first place in the previous deacon selection, and he also obtained first place in the Back Mountain trial 2 days ago in Soaring Sky Pavilion, be it prestige or strength. He is the most suitable person to take this position. Do you have any objections? If you have any, raise your hand and say it. Don't privately complain about it being manipulated behind the scenes and affect the image of our welcome pavilion. All the rookies were immediately awakened by a basin of cold water. They looked at each other but no one said a word. Firstly, according to Hu Yunfeng, Kong Mingming indeed had the qualifications to be the new deacon. The others did not have the confidence to compete with him. Secondly, the newcomer assessment was ranked separately by the 3 pavilions, which meant that even if Kong Mingming became the new deacon, the greatest impact would be on the Soaring Sky Pavilion's own rookies. It had little to do with the Mysterious Pavilion and Blue Cloud Pavilion rookies. And the Soaring Sky Pavilion rookies had always been obedient to Su Lingchong. Letting Kong Mingming be the new deacon was entirely Su Lingchong's idea, so they naturally would not object. As for the other 2 pavilions, it was none of their business, so there was no need for them to seek their own misfortune. Since none of you are saying anything, it seems like there are no objections. Then it's decided. From today onwards, Kong Mingming will be your new deacon. Hu Yunfeng immediately announced. Thank you, thank you. Kong Mingming smiled and cupped his hands at the rookies. He was so proud of himself that it made the rookies envious. However, it was useless to be envious. He had the support of young master Su Lingchong. Actually, there were some who were not convinced, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Hu Yunfeng directly said those who had objections to raise their hands. Wasn't that the same as shooting the bird that poked its head out? Xiao Hongkai wanted to speak, but she was held back by Lin Yi, who smiled faintly and shook his head. This so-called newcomer deacon might be a very impressive and lucrative position in the eyes of others, but in Lin Yi's eyes, it was nothing. It was a waste of time for him to be the deacon. If he had the time, he might as well go to the spirit jade mine and dig out some waste jade. After selecting the newcomer deacon, the next step was to familiarize himself with the rules. After that, the newcomer assessment would officially begin. The 6 segments would be completed within the next 5 months. After looking carefully at the content of the first segment, Linny could not help but laugh. It was yet another familiar test, resisting coercion. Don't forget, when he participated in the Hidden Family Summit in the secular world, he had experienced such a test. Now that he had to face a similar situation, it was as if he was very familiar with it. Chapter 3705. The test venue for this round was not in the Welcome Pavilion. The group of rookies were led by Pavilion Master Hu Yunfeng and their respective managing senior brothers, and after an hour of walking, they arrived at their destination. Although the destination was the same grand and majestic building as the Welcome Pavilion and Spirit Jade Hall, before the rookies even reached it, they felt an unprecedented killing intent and pressure surging towards them. Some of the weaker rookies even staggered, and almost made a fool of themselves in public. This display of strength was exactly the same as the time when they went to the back mountain hall, except that back then, they were frightened by the power of the 3 elder-level experts. But this time there was no one in front of them, only an empty and magnificent building. Compared to the heavily guarded Spirit Jade Hall and Back Mountain Hall, there was not even a shadow of a guard here. Only the huge signboard above their heads proclaimed the supreme majesty of this place. Law Enforcement Hall. In the imagination of the rookies, a place like the Law Enforcement Hall was definitely a place where experts were as numerous as the clouds. The heavy security should only be more than that of Spirit Jade Hall and Back Mountain Hall. However, the scene in front of them was completely different from what they imagined. There was not a single guard, and other than a few experts with restrained aura hurriedly shuttling through the corridors of the building, there was almost no one else. But even so, this place still made the rookies tremble for no reason. It was as if after coming here, all their disguises and psychological defenses were instantly stripped away, and all their secrets were exposed. The legendary Law Enforcement Hall was indeed an unfathomable place. Linny could not help but praise in his heart. Even if they were thrown here without doing anything, it was already a form of pressure resistance test. And compared to the suppression of true chi in the secular world, this pressure was clearly more brilliant and powerful. It had already exceeded the level of the flesh, and even the mind would be unable to withstand it. It was not something that could be offset by the body's true chi. Linny believed that most of the people present would not be able to withstand it for long before having a mental breakdown. Law Enforcement Hall, including the layout of all the surrounding buildings. At the beginning of its construction, it was naturally an extremely powerful pressure array. Do you see that circular high platform in the middle of the square? Hu Yunfeng pointed to a place not far away and said, "That is the place used to execute criminals. It is also the place where the formation is the most powerful. As for you, you will take the first test on that high platform." Everyone looked over. The high platform that Hu Yunfeng was pointing at looked ordinary, except for its location in the middle of the plaza. There was nothing strange about it. However, when everyone carefully stared at it, their hearts inexplicably palpitated in unison, as if they would be swallowed by it in the next moment. This place is very dangerous. Was it really okay to let so many newcomers who hadn't even reached the Foundation establishment realm to take the test? A guy with a slightly weaker will would probably have a nervous breakdown very quickly. He might even go crazy on the spot. While Linny was puzzled, he heard Hu Yunfeng say, "Later, I will specially invite a few Law Enforcement Hall experts to control the array on the high platform. But don't misunderstand, I didn't invite them to increase the difficulty of the test. On the contrary, their task is to help you reduce the pressure on the array. Otherwise, all of you here will definitely not be able to last more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." Hu Yunfeng's words were not alarmist talk. If the power of the Law Enforcement Hall's pressure array was really activated, not to mention a bunch of experts at the peak of heaven stage, even an expert at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm late stage would be suppressed to the point of bleeding from the 7 orifices in a moment. There was no possibility of survival. And now this state. Although the pressure array had not been fully activated, the pressure on the circular high platform was definitely not something that the newcomers present could bear. Someone must control the array to reduce the pressure for them. After a while, the newcomers came down to the side of the circular high platform under Hu Yunfeng's lead. Even if they hadn't stood on the high platform, everyone already felt that it was a lot more strenuous. This kind of place was really not for ordinary people to stay. No wonder people often said that anyone who came to the Law Enforcement Hall would no longer have any secrets. Although this was somewhat exaggerated, but it was still worthy of the name. Just think about it, no matter how strong an expert was, they would definitely be mentally exhausted under such pressure. Moreover, there was no lack of experts in the Law Enforcement Hall that were proficient in mental martial techniques. If they revealed even the slightest flaw, they would immediately be taken advantage of. Thus, the so-called secrets would naturally not be mentioned. But what made Linny feel more fortunate was that he was here today to accept the newcomer's test, and not appear as a criminal. Otherwise, there was a possibility that the secrets on him would really be exposed. At this moment, the few law enforcement hall experts that Hu Yunfeng mentioned were already in place. What made Linny more surprised was that he actually saw two familiar faces beside this group of people. One was Su Lingchong. This guy was not a member of the law enforcement hall at all. 2 days ago at the Back Mountain Hall, he had already made things difficult for him. Now that he had appeared here like a ghost, he must be up to some bad tricks again. And the other person was Laner, who he had just met in the woods yesterday. Of course, there was also her inseparable little curly bear. After discovering Linny in the crowd, the little curly bear immediately whimpered and wanted to pounce on Lin Yi. However, it was held back by Shanghai Laner. Today was different from the past. They were going to enter the assessment soon. She could not let the little curly bear affect Lin Yi's state. Moreover, she had just promised Lin Yi yesterday that she would cooperate with him to put on an act. At this moment there were so many people watching. Naturally, she had to pretend to hate Lin Yi. It was even more impossible for her to let the little curly bear get close to Lin Yi. However, although Shanghai Laner appeared to be very disgusted when she glanced at Lin Yi, there was a clear hint of warning and worry in her eyes. The reason why she came today was actually because she was invited by Su Lingchong. After the previous act, Su Lingchong was convinced that she had completely fallen out with Lin Yi. Therefore, he specially invited her to the law enforcement hall to observe the newcomer's test. He said that he wanted to take the opportunity to deal with Lin Yi in order to win the beauty's favor. And with young Master Su's influence, even if he was not a member of the law enforcement hall, it would be easy to deal with Lin Yi. It just so happened that among the law enforcement hall experts that Hu Yunfeng invited, there were people he was familiar with. He just needed to greet them and let them take the opportunity to deal with Lin Yi. It was just a matter of a sentence. Chapter 3706. After all, with her presence, if Lin Yi was really in danger, she could come forward to stop it. At most, people would see through her relationship with Lin Yi, but at least she could guarantee Lin Yi's safety. Su Lingchong naturally didn't notice Shanghai Laner's little thoughts. He thought that this miss would like the program he arranged. Little did he know, she was the little senior sister who claimed to protect Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Yi in the crowd, Su Lingchong smiled coldly. This was the first time he arranged a pressure resistance test for a newcomer. It wouldn't be too surprising if some accident happened in the process and an unlucky newcomer died. As Su Lingchong didn't discuss it with Meng Jueguang and the others, it was completely his own idea. Therefore, whether it was Zhong Pingliang or Li Zhengming, they couldn't provide any information to Lin Yi beforehand. However, the warning look in Shanghai Laner's eyes was enough to explain the problem. Lin Yi had long sensed the fatal danger. After all, during the Hidden Noble House Summit in the secular world, there were people who wanted to kill him. This time it was just that it was Su Lingchong, it was nothing new. However, although he had already sensed that the other party was up to no good, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, because he was confident that he could escape unscathed. After reiterating the rules, Hu Yunfeng let all the newcomers enter the high platform and accept the pressure test together. At that time, the points of the newcomers from the 3 great pavilions would be evaluated separately, and it wouldn't affect each other. The points of the pressure resistance test would be obtained by adding up 2 parts. One was the time limit points and the other was the ranking points. The so-called time limit points were based on how long you could last. If it was more than 1 incense sticks time, you would get 5 points. 2 incense sticks time was 10 points, and 3 incense sticks time was 15 points. And so on until 30 points were capped. The so-called ranking points were based on your ranking among the newcomers from the 3 great pavilions. If you lasted the longest and ranked first, you would get 15 points, second would get 14 points, and so on. The 15th place at the bottom only had 1 point. In theory, in this pressure resistance assessment round, the person with the highest score would be able to obtain 30 time limit points and 15 ranking points at the same time, adding up to 45 points. Of course, it was basically impossible to get full marks in this theory. A normal person could only last for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn. As for those who wanted to last for more than 6 incense sticks worth of time limit points, it was impossible. Pretentious newbie. I hope you can survive this round. I'm still waiting for a chance to wash away my shame. Ha ha ha. On the way into the arena, Meng Tong deliberately leaned over and showed off his biceps, fully displaying the aura of an early-stage foundation establishment expert. This idiot actually broke through the early stage of the foundation establishment realm? Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai glanced at each other in shock. Although each of them had a foundation-building pill in their hands, although both of them had a foundation establishment pill in their hands, they weren't like Meng Tong who could get the foundation establishment elixir from Su Lingchong, so they didn't dare to take it until now. However, Lin Yi wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had already received information beforehand that this guy had taken both the foundation establishment pill and the foundation establishment elixir. If he still couldn't succeed in the foundation establishment realm, then he was really trash. Not only had Meng Tong succeeded in the foundation establishment realm, but he had also specially observed Kong Mingming and Zhong Pingliang. Both of them were now experts in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, putting everything else aside. Just from the perspective of cultivation resources, it was really a wise move for them to cling tightly to Su Lingchong's thick thigh. And including Lin Yi himself, in just a month's time, there were already 4 people who had succeeded in the foundation establishment realm. This was simply unimaginable in previous years. Of course, this was mainly due to the foundation establishment pill. This guy was just lucky. It's not a big deal even if he succeeded. You guys don't have to take it to heart. The most important thing now is to deal with this pressure test and strive for a good start. However, safety first. Later, you still have to act according to your capabilities. Don't be blindly impulsive. Lin Yi warned the two sternly. He was experienced and knew that in this kind of pressure test, one's mind absolutely couldn't be mixed with too many distracting thoughts. Otherwise, it would be very easy for problems to occur. Especially when they were facing the law enforcement hall's pressure formation this time. In addition to the common true qi pressure, there was also a faint mental pressure. Under the double attack of the physical and mental body, the slightest carelessness would cause one to collapse. There was no room for carelessness, and they couldn't blindly try to be brave. Xiao Ran and Xiao Hongkai both nodded. They weren't people who didn't know when to advance or retreat. Although points were important, they first had to be alive to fight for it. The newcomer assessment had a total of 6 stages. This was only the first one. There was still a long way to go. Upon entering the circular platform, Zhang Xian immediately felt his body sink. Not only was his body being crushed by the powerful Zhenqi, even his spirit felt as if it was being shackled by a heavy shackle. All of his nerves were stretched taut, giving off the feeling that they could snap at any moment. And at the same time that their minds were being suppressed, the true qi in their bodies also began to gradually stagnate. This in turn caused the physical pressure and destruction to become even more severe, further increasing the burden on their minds. The two affected each other, forming an extremely terrifying vicious cycle. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. This pressure test was indeed far more difficult than the Hidden House Summit in the secular world. After all the newcomers from the 3 great pavilions had entered and sat down, Hu Yunfeng exchanged glances with a few other law enforcement hall experts who were also seated. They then signaled for the first incense to be lit. The first pressure test had officially begun. No matter what level of strength one was at, the pressure test had always been an excellent way to test one's talent and potential. This was especially true for a formation like the one before them that could simultaneously exert pressure on both the physical and mental body. Everyone's talent and potential could be seen at a glance, and it was very easy to distinguish who was better and who was worse. After all, if it was purely physical pressure, it would completely depend on the strength of the true qi in each person's body. This would only be able to test one's current strength, but not their future potential.